All across America, it's getting harder to vote. 38 states have restrictive voter ID laws more than ever before.
All of a sudden, around the nation, we see so many restrictive voting laws.
There are tough new laws in Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, as well as many more. Hardest hit by these laws are the disabled, Black and brown voters, new citizens, and young people. Close to 15% of voting-age citizens do not have the form of ID they may need to vote this year. That's almost 35 million Americans. But there's one organization that is getting voters the ID help they need. Vote Riders, nonpartisan and free. Vote Riders aims to reach 10 million Americans before Election Day, ensuring they have a voice in our democracy. Please help us help all eligible voters. Make your tax-deductible donation today. Every vote should be counted, and every eligible American should be able to vote. Thank you. All across America, it's getting harder to vote. 38 states have restrictive voter ID laws more than ever before.
All of a sudden, around the nation, we see so many restrictive voting laws.
There are tough new laws in Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, as well as many more. Hardest hit by these laws are the disabled, Black and brown voters, new citizens, and young people. Close to 15% of voting-age citizens do not have the form of ID they may need to vote this year. That's almost 35 million Americans. But there's one organization that is getting voters the ID help they need. Vote Riders, nonpartisan and free. Vote Riders aims to reach 10 million Americans before Election Day, ensuring they have a voice in our democracy. Please help us help all eligible voters. Make your tax-deductible donation today. Every vote should be counted, and every eligible American should be able to vote. Thank you.
Hey everybody! Sorry I've been missing in action for the last couple weeks. Had a death in the family, so just kind of needed to take some time and clear my head and sort out some things. But yeah, I'm back now, so decided to do these live streams a little bit different now. I mean, apart from this one being absolutely massive, because I gotta cover all the stuff I missed out over the last 2 weeks, I'm gonna start doing emails. So, you know, if you have anything that you want to talk about or anything you want me to talk about, just send an email to that little address there that's conveniently disappeared right as I mention it. But, yeah, you know, send in an email. I mean, it'll pop out throughout the show, so you can, you know, send something in and I'll cover it if it's, I don't know, worth covering. Or even if it's not worth covering, if it's a slow day, I'll just, you know, take it up. And also, I decided to make the everything I cover on these live streams gets turned into a video, or you know, the smaller ones that I can't turn into a video end up just kind of falling to the wayside. So I've decided to post everything publicly on the Discord. So if you guys are interested in keeping up on the news and anything I cover here, you guys can actually just go check it out for yourselves on the Discord. You know, so just one more incentive for you to, you know, sign up and join the Discord. It's only $5 and I'm starving, so feel free to chip in and help out, make this thing worth my while. And what else? Oh yeah, also starting next week, starting on Monday, I'm going to be doing one of these live streams every day at 8 p.m. Eastern. At least until the election. Maybe a little bit after, but I haven't really decided yet, so we'll see how it goes. But until the election, we're doing one of these every damn day. Gotta debunk as many of these stupid fucking lies that the Republicans are shitting out as possible, so just gotta bear with me here. It's gonna be a long couple of weeks. Things are getting pretty crazy out there. But, I guess with no further ado, let's get into the news. Let's see what we got here. Well, I guess we should cover this one first, since it's still kind of going on now. Hurricane Helene. It's been 2 weeks, but I mean, you know, the lies haven't stopped yet, so let's, debunk as many of these as we can, shall we? So, Hurricane Helene hit over the, about 2 weeks ago. And made landfall in Florida, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Georgia, and Virginia. And honestly, it's been the most devastating hurricane I've seen in my lifetime. As of now, there's been over 250 people killed, and some people are still missing. The devastation from this is just kind of insane. I honestly haven't seen anything this devastating in a while. I mean, there was a lot of hype around Hurricane Milton, but I mean, that kind of lost a lot of strength by the time it made landfall. But I mean, Helene was just relentless. And how much area it covered was crazy. The before and after pictures are just nuts. I mean, entire neighborhoods have just been wiped out by this thing. It's really brutal. But, you know, that didn't stop mega morons from immediately hopping on social media and starting to spread lies and conspiracies, with some asking, where's Biden and Kamala? I mean, as if they're supposed to be down there in boats dragging people out of, the rubble themselves. That didn't stop right-wing, I don't know what you want to call them, I guess celebrities, from jumping on the lie fest, and with Charlie Kirk, saying that a North Carolina resident, or I guess he was just watching Newsmax and saw this North Carolina girl. I mean, I can forgive her, since she's clearly on the younger side and she probably doesn't know any better. But you know who does know better? Charlie fucking Kirk. That asshat knows damn well that it's better for Biden to survey the damage from the air than the ground. One, so he can see more of the affected areas and get a better scope of which areas need more aid than others. And two, so he isn't diverting resources away from rescue efforts for them to secure a perimeter around everywhere he wants to go. And that's also ignoring the fact that, Biden approved federal aid for assistance before it ever even made landfall. So, you know, there's that little detail they like to ignore. And also, 100 Republican congressmen and senators voted against funding FEMA 2 days before the hurricane hit. And let's just take a look at the list of Republicans that, voted against this shit. Like MAGA Republican Corey Mills, who demanded pre-landfall emergency, and then hours later voted to shut down the government. Or our good old boy Mark Robinson, who was the only North Carolina council member to not vote on Hurricane Helene emergency relief. So here's the full list of Republicans who voted against FEMA funding before the hurricane hit. And, just so everybody gets their fair share here, let's take a look at this list, up close. Who do we got here? From the House, we got, who likes the most, publicity here? We got, Andy Biggs of Arizona, Lauren Bobo the Clown Bobert of Colorado, Tim Burchett of Tennessee, Mike Collins of Georgia, Byron Donalds of Florida, Matt Gaetz of Florida, Tony Gonzalez of Texas, Paul Gozer of Arizona, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, Clay Higgins of Louisiana, Jim Jordan of Ohio, Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, Nancy Mace of South Carolina, Thomas Massey of Kentucky, Corey Mills of Florida. We already talked about him. Who else? Who else? Chip Roy of Texas. Will Timmons of South Carolina. Mike Walz of Florida. And from the Senate, we got Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee. Ted Budd of North Carolina. Josh Hawley of Missouri. Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Mike Lee of Utah. Rand Paul of Kentucky. Tim Scott of South Carolina. Tommy Dumber Than a Tub of Shit Tuberville of Alabama. You know, all the usual suspects you would expect to see on the list. And just to be fair here, let's take a peek at the list of Republicans or a list of Democrats that voted against FEMA funding. Let's see. No, where is it? Because I don't want to leave anybody out here. So just to be fair, there's your list of Republicans who voted against it. And our list of Democrats. Oh yeah, none. That's who. But I mean, 100 is a slight improvement from the 175 Republicans that voted against FEMA funding in 2021. And at the time, 114 of them were up for re-election. So, you know, be kind of interesting to see how many of them you guys voted back into office. But Trump didn't let those pesky facts get in the way of him immediately heading down to Georgia to spread lies and divert precious resources away from rescue efforts to protect his fat ass and build a little wall for him to do his lie-fast/photo op in front of. Like, I mean, just in case you were in Georgia and you were, like, buried under rubble or your house was flooded or you were, like, desperately waiting for somebody to come help you, just know that they probably couldn't do it because they were too busy building a little wall for Trump to stand in front of. Like, he actually had people take bricks from this destroyed building that, who knows, I mean, maybe people lived in there or people worked in there, and he said, yeah, build me a little wall so I can stand in front of it and spread a bunch of fucking stupid lies. Yep, that's my president. That's my guy. So then he decided to lie to reporters about Governor Brian Kemp ignoring Biden and Harris's calls. I mean, I'll admit the audio on this video kind of sucks, so gonna have to probably deal with the. And this was the day after Biden had already called Kemp, so he knew damn well that he was lying when he said that. I mean, you can't hear crap on this one. I guess I'll just read the subtitles. You said on Truth Social that you were getting reports that Democrats are intentionally not getting aid to Republican areas. What is that in reference to? And he said, just take a look. And there's like, where is that coming from? Do you have any evidence of that? Spoiler alert, no he doesn't, because he's just lying like he always fucking does. But Trump's marathon of lies continued, with him claiming that he was working with Elon Musk to get Starlink to affected areas, despite the fact that the Biden administration and FEMA had already bought and deployed dozens of Starlink satellites already.
Which has really been hit. We were going there also, and they don't have in Georgia and North Carolina, which has really been hit. We were going there also, and they don't have communication. They don't have anything right now. We're trying to. I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink hooked up because they have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through. We know that. And so we're working on that, getting them hooked up. They asked me whether or not that would be possible. We're going to try and get the Starlink in there as soon as possible because they have no communication.
Yeah, except they already did. Dozens of Starlink systems deployed to Hurricane Helene by Biden administration. Trump said he's working with Elon Musk to get Starlink hooked up after Hurricane Helene, but FEMA said it was already deployed. The White House said on Monday dozens of Starlink satellite systems were providing high-speed internet access were in use in North Carolina, with over 100 more in transit to areas devastated by Hurricane Helene. The announcement came as former President Donald Trump said earlier on Monday he spoke with billionaire Elon Musk about setting up the internet access, falsely claiming that the systems had yet to be deployed. And to top it off, he then decided to lie about the governor of Georgia not being able to get a hold of Biden, despite Governor Brian Kemp himself earlier. Oh my god, dude, I cannot read today. What the fuck? And to top it off, he then decided to lie about Governor of Georgia not being able to get a hold of Biden, despite Governor. Oh my god, I can't fucking read. Jesus. This is what happens when I'm gone for 2 weeks. I get rusty at this. But anyway, he decided to claim that Brian Kemp was having trouble getting a hold of Biden, despite him literally talking to Biden on the phone earlier that week, and him saying so publicly. It's not like this wasn't public information.
We do need some help from the federal government. They have to get together, ideally with the governor. That governor needs to... he's been trying to get them, and I'm sure they're going to come through. But he's been calling the president, hasn't been able to get him.
I just spoke, the president just called me yesterday afternoon. I missed him and called him right back. And he just said, hey, what do you need? And I told him, you know, we got what we need. We'll work through the federal process. He offered that if there's other things we need, just to call him directly, which I appreciate that.
Yeah, so that prompted Biden to call Trump out on his BS, while Harris suspended her campaign to announce specific relief measures being taken.
Trump has accused both of you of ignoring the disaster.
He is lying. Let me get this straight. He's lying. And the governor told him he was lying. The governor told me he was lying. I've spoken to the governor, spending time with him, and he told me he's lying. I don't know why he does this. And the reason I get so angry about it, I don't care about what he says about me, but I care what he communicates to the people that are in need. He implies that we're not doing everything possible. We are.
So far, more than 3,300 federal personnel are on the ground to assist with recovery efforts. They are deploying food, water, and generators. And we continue to work with teams on the ground to restore water and power as quickly as possible. You all do that work around the clock as though these are your family members. I know how you work, and I know how hard you work. So I am here mostly to thank you all for all that you do. To all of those of you who are rightly feeling overwhelmed by the destruction and the loss, our nation is with you. And President Biden and I, and all of the folks behind me, are with you.
Biden and Harris both said they'd surveyed the affected areas after it was safe for them to do so without impeding the recovery and diverting already strained resources away from the rescue efforts.
And now we're going to be landing in Raleigh for a briefing with the Emergency Operations Center, and I'll then do an aerial tour of Asheville. It's too much for me in terms of interrupting access to help there to land and to survey the damage other through the air.
And over the past 24 hours, I have spoken with Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, and many local officials. I have shared with them that we will do everything in our power to help communities respond and recover. And I've shared with them that I plan to be on the ground as soon as possible, but as soon as possible without disrupting any emergency response operations, because that must be the highest priority in the first order of business.
So in typical Republican fashion, when one of their lies gets exposed, they just pivot to another. which prompted Florida State Rep. Anna Paulina Luna to basically claim that almost $1 billion of FEMA funding was being given to illegal migrants. So Whitney Fox, who's currently running against her, and you should definitely vote for if you want a state rep that isn't a complete embarrassment, was quick to point out that Looney Luna was one of the 100 Republicans in Congress that voted to shut down the government the day before the hurricane hit.
The day before Hurricane Helene devastated Pinellas County, Anna Paulina Luna voted to shut down the government. Let that sink in. As the worst storm to hit Pinellas in my lifetime was hours away, Luna couldn't even set aside her partisan games, not even this once. She voted to delay critical FEMA aid and emergency support when we would need it most. This isn't leadership. It's a catastrophic failure. And Luna has repeatedly failed us, even voting to slash FEMA's budget by billions. We deserve better.
But that didn't stop the orange doofus from taking Luna's lie and repeating it over and over at his rallies.
They stole the FEMA money just like they stole it from a bank so they could give it to their illegal immigrants that they want to have vote for them this season. You know, they're trying to get them on the voters' roll. We cannot let that happen. This is the worst response in the history of hurricanes. I mean, this hurricane has been a bad one. Kamala Harris has left them stranded. This is the worst response to a storm or a catastrophe or a hurricane that we've ever seen, ever. Probably worse than Katrina, and that's hard to beat, right? Worse than Katrina. They didn't do too good a job either, but this is worse. And she sends their money to foreign nations. He and she, they send hundreds of billions of dollars. They send hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign nations. And you know what they're giving our people? $750. 700. Here, Tyson. This is the worst response, I think. Troy, what do you think? The worst? Never saw.
So the Washington Post did some digging to find out the origins, or oranges, as Trump would say, of this batshit conspiracy theory.
Take a look at the oranges of the investigation, the beginnings of that investigation.
And it basically boils down to Republicans either not knowing how the government that they're a part of even works, or, the much more likely scenario, them deliberately misinterpreting the data to try and smear their political opponents. So how does Trump link this to migrants? A Trump campaign spokesman pointed out to FEMA's Shelter and Services Program, which gives grants to local governments and nonprofits to take care of undocumented immigrants. Congress boosted the budget from $360 million in fiscal year 2023 to $650 million in fiscal year 2024. The program's 2023 annual report says it provides shelter such as hotel and motel services, and food and transportation, including plane tickets up to $700 a person. As we said, Congress appropriated this money just as it did the disaster fund. There is no evidence that any money from the disaster fund was used to help migrants. But at recent rallies, both Trump and Luna have doubled down on their lies about Biden withholding aid from red states.
Mr. President, to follow up on that, because the media is here, I do believe that they've intentionally, and this is my opinion, not helped out those residents because it's red communities that are impacted. Let's call a spade a spade. Do your job and do better.
Yeah, do better, says the pathological liar. The real irony of Trump lying about Biden using emergency relief funds on illegal immigrants is that Trump actually did that himself when he was in office. No, Biden didn't take FEMA relief money to use it on migrants, but Trump did. In 2019, the Trump administration, in the middle of a hurricane season, told Congress that it was taking $271 million from DHS programs, including $155 million from the Disaster Fund, to pay for immigration detention space and temporary hearing locations for asylum seekers who have been forced to wait in Mexico. But the most infuriating and hypocritical part of Trump's lies about Biden withholding aid from red states for political reasons is that Trump has a long history of doing that very thing. Trump refused to give California wildfire aid until told how many people there voted for him, Xaid says. And here's a tweet from 2019. Billions of dollars are sent to the state of California for forest fires that, without proper forest management, would never happen. Unless they get their act together, which is unlikely, I have ordered FEMA to send no more money. Huh. Kinda sounds like he's the one withholding aid from certain states. And he even reiterated his desire to withhold relief funds from California as early as 3 weeks ago.
And Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers. And if he doesn't sign those papers, we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor.
And that's not to mention the stunt he pulled after the hurricane in Puerto Rico. If you don't remember it, that's the one where 3,000 people died, and his response was to block $20 billion in aid and then went and tossed paper towels at people instead. New probe confirms Trump officials blocked Puerto Rico from receiving hurricane aid. The Trump administration also obstructed an investigation looking into why it was depriving the U.S. territory of congressional-approved funds. And it's cool because he went down and did this shit instead. Yeah, that's what you want your leader to be doing instead of, providing people with life-saving resources. Toss them a couple rolls of paper towel. Yeah, that should do you over. There we go. Ah, there. But the lies haven't stopped coming from MAGA World, where they're now trying to spin the $750 immediate relief fund as somehow bad because they claim that the government is giving illegal immigrants thousands. The only problem with that is not only is it completely false and not true at all, but the FEMA disaster relief actually starts at $750. And even more ironic is the fact that during the Trump administration, it was only $500. This also prompted Knox County, Tennessee Mayor Glenn Jacobs to tell people to knock it off with the stupid conspiracies. 2 things. To my knowledge, FEMA, TEMA, nor anyone else is confiscating supplies. Please quit spreading these rumors as they're counterproductive to response efforts. 2. If everyone could please put aside the hate for a bit and pitch in to help, that would be great. And North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper praised Kamala's hurricane response.
This has been a massive, unprecedented response. We are deeply grateful for the federal resources that we have.
But these lies haven't just pissed off FEMA officials on the ground that are trying to save lives while Trump lies about them even being there. They also pissed off local residents of affected states who have started taking to social media to try and debunk Trump's lies themselves.
Back when Hurricane Florence hit in North Carolina, Donald Trump sat on his fucking ass for 2 months. He let the government shut down. 41 people died, and Roy Cooper had to get on his fucking knees and beg him for 2 fucking months for help. All right, you want to know where my president's at now? All right, he's already declared North Carolina a federal disaster, all right, which speeds FEMA up. All right, we got 3 federal teams here already in the first place. We got 50 search teams, 19 states sending helicopters and fucking supplies and manpower. You want to know where the fuck my president is? He's here, all right? The only thing I wanted to know was where the fuck my president was at.
But that hasn't stopped MAGA morons from trying to cause more chaos with their BS, as Trump's favorite living scarecrow, Laura Loomer, is now trying to get hurricane victims to stop complying with FEMA. The people in Appalachia should not comply with FEMA. This is a matter of survival. Do not comply with FEMA. Yeah, you're gonna survive better by not complying with FEMA. What a fucking idiot. Because they don't actually care about how whether people get hurt or even die as a result of their lies. All you are to them are pawns to be used in Trump's little political games. As he said to them personally multiple times.
It's worth it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it.
Keep in mind, this was during a period where there were massive blizzards in January, I believe this was, and multiple people had already died. And he's saying, even if you vote and pass away, it's worth it as long as I get your vote.
Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. Because I don't want... It's horrible to see that happening. That's just horrible. So surprising to see it here. But we'll have to get over it. It's horrible.
Yeah, the it that he was telling people to get over was kids being killed in a school shooting. So, you know, that's how much Trump cares about the people that vote for him, and for some reason they still do. But if you happen to be in one of the affected areas and you're hoping for Congress to approve more aid anytime soon, I'm afraid you're going to be waiting a while. Since despite Biden desperately trying to get them to call a special session to approve more FEMA funding, Speaker Mike Johnson has made it clear that he thinks you guys can wait until they get back in over a month from now.
Speaker Johnson has said a supplemental can wait until after the election. What kind of timeline do you have in mind, sir?
We can't wait. Can't wait. People need help now. Thank you.
What are your plans for emergency funding? Are you going to call Congress back in?
Well, right before we left on Wednesday, a week ago, Congress appropriated $20 billion to FEMA to cover the immediate aftermath of the storm. Of course, we knew it was headed into the coast at that time. So FEMA has the funding it needs to respond immediately. We're glad to see them on the ground here. And so it will take some time to tabulate this storm. It's one of the biggest in our history, of course. And so a lot of that work's being done immediately. And I think the timing of that will probably correspond when Congress is expected to return to session right after the election.
But not to worry, because apparently the Orange Buffoon has started a GoFundMe where all you non-billionaires can chip in and help out with the recovery efforts. That was coincidentally set up by Meredith O'Rourke, who has been Trump's financial director and senior advisor since 2022, and also happened to be the same person in charge of the GoFundMe set up for victims of the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt. But when online sleuths connected the dots and noticed that it's been months since then and the money still hasn't been paid out, by what I'm sure is pure coincidence, the money was finally paid to the victims of the families on October 4th. So, yeah, based on the convenient timing of the payments, it kind of seems like Trump just didn't think it was a great idea to add another charity scam to his resume a month out from the election. You know, he's got more than a few of those to his name. Stealing from kids' cancer charity, veterans charity. What else he's got? Oh yeah, dog charity. Eric Trump funneled money from a cancer charity to his daddy's business here, and then Trump court ordered to pay $2 million for stealing from another charity. Judge says Trump must pay $2 million for over misuse of foundation funds. The case is tied to a televised fundraiser for veterans held by Trump in Iowa, because he can never pass up an opportunity to screw over some veterans. And as if to add a stupid cherry on top of this whole brain-dead endeavor, Marjorie Taylor Greene decided to chime in by trying to blame the hurricane on Democrats, claiming that they can somehow control the weather despite the fact that she's always ranting in Congress about how humans can't affect climate.
People are not affecting climate change. You're going to tell me that back in the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay and how many changes did governments make to melt the ice?
Brilliant. Yes, they can control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say they can't. Okay, cool. So what the fuck was this then? But thankfully, Jessica Tarlov, the only sane person left at Fox News, destroyed Maggot's hurricane lies right to their dumb co-host's stupid face.
Jessica, how do you see it? Dramatically differently from how my colleagues see it. So just a couple notes. Trump closes strong in Georgia. He lost Georgia. So I guess if someone had found him 11,237 votes, it would have gone better, but he's a loser there.
I meant by
Starlink.
Campaign activity.
Oh, he shows up a lot and people see him and then they vote against him. Starlink, there are 40 satellites that are already going. In Maui, by the way, the $700 was the FEMA limit. So Donald Trump and his supporters are running the same old tired playbook that they did with Maui and they did with East Palestine. So not only was Joe Biden on top of this, he signed the disaster declarations even before the storms hit to make sure that there would be no delay in goods and services. Donald Trump's social media posts contain blatant lies, like Governor Kemp can't reach the president. Governor Kemp gave a press conference yesterday where he said, I just spoke to the president. He has promised me every single thing that I need. McMaster from South Carolina, also a conservative, getting everything that he wants, and then Roy Cooper as well. And there's only one president that we are talking about who actually has denied relief for one of these states. In 2017, Roy Cooper asked after Hurricane Matthew for a lot of money, and he got 1% of his ask. They denied 99% of what he was asking for after that hurricane came. There are 3,300 FEMA personnel there, 5,500 National Guardsmen from 11 states, and search and rescue from 19 states. That doesn't reduce the devastation of this and how horrific it is, but to say that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are out to lunch during this, or they're sitting on a beach reclining there, they are clearly giving them what they need. They will be showing up when it is appropriate. And it's different for Donald Trump, who is not in office. He's just a guy trying to be president again, to show up and throw some bounty at people, versus someone who's actually the commander in chief and doesn't want to distract from what's going on. And as Dana said, Governor Cooper said, I will let you know when it is appropriate for you to come. And same goes for Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, all of it.
Tennessee also.
Yeah, it's gonna be torture for her to be surrounded by those morons all day long. Yeah, since all this shit's happened, I've had to add a couple things to this story here, so just kind of bear with me as I jump around a bit. Yeah, Trump's hurricane lies has radicalized retards more than usual.
Boy, if you still support this administration after what they're doing for the hurricane victims, you're a piece of fucking shit. I'm telling you what, man, it's time for this country to rise up, invoke our Second Amendment for what our forefathers intended it to be. I'm telling you, man, being tolerant of this fucking bullshit is what got us to this damn point. I tell you what, man, I see a son bitch wearing a Harris hat, I'm going to put knots on that head faster than he can rub them. Guaranteed.
You can literally hear the stupidity in his voice. Where have I seen this guy before? Oh yeah, that's where. Yeah, and this is the price of the lies that Trump likes to fucking spin about this hurricane. Just so you know what you're actually dealing with here. This is the human toll of Trump's fucking lies.
My father-in-law lives just outside of Asheville, North Carolina, and he was badly damaged by Hurricane Helene. And he has refused all FEMA help because he's a hardcore Trumper. And he literally believes that if he accepts anything from FEMA, they're going to take his house. I don't understand how so many people are under the spell of this freaking con man. I don't understand it.
Well, it's absolutely heartbreaking about your father-in-law. I'm so sorry to hear it. You know, I hope. Man, it's hard to even imagine it. I mean, he lost almost everything, and he's refusing all help from the federal government and complaining to us that he doesn't have food, that he doesn't have the stuff he needs, and yet he won't accept the help. What the hell are we supposed to do? We're not in a position to be able to fly across the country and help him. Yeah. There's people begging us
to get him to accept help, and he won't do it.
Wow.
And I guarantee you, I'm not the only one. I guarantee you, I'm not the only one.
I wish there was something I could say as to, I don't know. Does he have access to any electronics where you could send him some information debunking this, and that he might?
We've done all of that. We've done all of that. We've sent him all the FEMA bulletins. We've sent him all the stuff from the fact checkers. He doesn't believe it. He thinks it's all, he just believes Trump. Literally, Dan, it's a cult. He's a cult member. I'm sorry to say it. He's a cult member. And he's my father-in-law, and it sucks.
Yeah, so, that's the human toll of Trump's fucking lies that he's spitting about this, but he doesn't actually give a shit about anybody that actually votes for him. He's just in it for the fucking votes. And Trump's lies have actually gotten so bad that even Fox News has started calling them out for it. So it's getting bad when his favorite channel is actually calling him out for it.
We also get a lot of misinformation, don't we? We get people who say in North Carolina that if you're a Republican, you're not going to get help. If you're a Democrat, you'll get help. I would imagine that does a huge disservice to people working together and scares the bejesus out of others when they believe it.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things I worried about the false claim that was going on, for example, that had people believing that if you got $750 in immediate help, that you were never going to get anything else. What if somebody hears that, they believe it, and then they don't apply for more aid that they could absolutely qualify for? So, there are real costs and real consequences to that misinformation. But
Donald Trump said that about North Carolina. Republicans not getting help, Democrats getting help. That was Donald Trump. And these monies that you get from FEMA, that $750 was money up front for people who can't access ATM machines, that kind of thing. So it wasn't just a one-shot, that's it. It's a way for people to get hands on cash they desperately need, not the only money they will ever get or hope to get. But that kind of misinformation gets out there. And whether it's perpetrated by a politician or someone you think is someone of note and authority, it is wrong and it is bull. And it cannot be tolerated.
He needs to hire a Trump impersonator to call his father-in-law and tell him the truth. Shane Gillis is good. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea, and sadly, I think it might actually work. November 5th, 2025, Trump expiration date. Yeah, let's hope. I'm focused on November 5th, 2024 right now, and honestly, I'm a bit nervous about it. But you do your part, and I'll do mine, buddy. Pinky Sunshine. Yeah. The one upside to all Trump's lies here is it's reminding people of just how much of a disaster Trump was when he was in office.
I worked in the Trump administration.
Never in a million years did I ever think that I'd be working in the White House with a president that didn't care about the American people.
He would suggest not giving disaster relief to states that hadn't voted for him.
I remember one time after a wildfire in California, he wouldn't send relief because it was a Democratic state. So we went as far as looking up how many votes he got in those impacted areas to show him these are people who voted for you. This isn't normal. The job of the president is to protect Americans, regardless of politics.
If Trump's elected again, there'll be no one to stop his worst instincts. You'll have yes men help him implement Project 2025's agenda. Unchecked power, no guardrails.
They will be serving one man. I am voting for Kamala Harris because she will put the safety and security of every American first, whether they voted for her or not.
Geez, wait a second. Do I still have that on screen? Why is that still there? What the hell? There we go. Okay. Technical difficulties. Anywho, so yeah, until there's... Oh yeah, okay. And before the lies even start, about Hurricane, what's his name, Milton, Biden and Kamala responded to Milton and approved aid 3 days before it made landfall. So I don't even want to hear it start about Milton.
There are federal resources you are entitled to receive without condition. And there are resources that are available to you to deal with what you need right now, to, for example, get money to be able to fill your prescriptions and deal with a hotel expense and help you recover over the longer term. The other point I would make is this, and I've done this work in my career. Sadly, there are some folks who, during the moment of a crisis, will be very predatory and start jacking up prices like gasoline or hotels or airlines to take advantage of the desperation people are experiencing. So to anybody who's thinking about jacking up those prices, those companies that are thinking about doing it, know that we are monitoring and we're watching. And if there is that kind of price gouging, that there will be a consequence for that, because it's just wrong to take advantage of people who are desperate for help. And so know that we're watching that as well.
Yeah, that's how a real president responds to, a disaster, instead of just spreading lies about fucking immigrants. But, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Haleen right now. What else we got here? Oh, yeah! Let's check in with Mark Robinson. Actually, remember when I, said that, Trump was gonna be claiming that he didn't know what was going on with Mark Robinson, or he didn't know him or whatever? Yeah, turns out I was right about that. So just want to do a little I told you so here. But I'm sure that's exactly what Trump's going to do when he gets called out on, saying this guy's all great and whatnot. I mean, that's Trump's go-to thing, is whenever he's associated with somebody that's turns out to be a Nazi or just a total piece of shit. He's, I've never heard of him. I don't know him.
Are you going to pull your endorsement of Mark Robinson?
I don't know the situation.
Do you believe that you...
Yeah, see, told you. I knew he was going to say, I don't know the situation, or I don't know the guy, or something. That's his go-to response for everything. Like, every time somebody that he's connected to gets in trouble, he's like, oh, I don't know him. There's just a ton of footage with him, because, that's just, it's all AI. That's gonna be his new go-to excuse. He's gonna blame everything on AI. But anyway, let's check in with Mark Robinson over here and see what he was doing instead of approving aid for Haleen relief. This guy, Sergeant Joker, you should all follow him on Twitter. I'm never calling it X. But yeah, you should all follow him if you're not already. He actually does some excreting. What are we even supposed to call it now? We're not calling it tweeting anymore. But yeah, he did a whole timeline for what Mark Robinson was up to instead of approving hurricane relief. So let's just go through the timeline here together and see what he was up to. Okay, so this morning, North Carolinians learned that MAGA Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson refused to sign an emergency declaration on September 24th to help us deal with Hurricane Haleen. Let's check Mark's Twitter feed to see what he was doing instead. On September 24th at 12:45 p.m., Mark Robinson blamed his opponent and AI for posting his remarks on a porn website. At 5:54 or 5:41 p.m., he claimed he was hiring Trump's law firm to sue CNN for posting what he'd written on a porn website. At 8:30 p.m., he was attending a fundraising event. At 8:43, he was blaming the media for reporting about his porn website posts and claiming it had nothing to do with his character, but was just his personality. Not sure what the fucking difference is there, but on September 25th at 12:30 p.m., he was sitting at his computer doing something and claiming he was begging Republicans not to abandon him over his porn addiction. At 6:46 p.m., he was claiming Democrats and media were enemies of the American people because they reported on his porn addiction. On September 26 at 8:53 a.m., he was bragging about his legal team fighting the exposure of his porn addiction. At 10:54 a.m., he was bragging that he'd hired someone to replace half his staff who quit because of his porn addiction was exposed. Karishna Polite. I have no idea who she is, but she must be a real peach. If she's willing to hitch her wagon to him, I'm sure she's got some skeletons in her closet. At 3:14 p.m., he was bragging that not a real union had endorsed him. Yeah, apparently this thing here, Oil and Gas Workers Association, isn't actually a real union. At 4:45 p.m., he was sending his prayers but not signing the emergency declaration. On September 26th at 8:30 p.m., Mark Robinson posted a video he forced his wife to make while he was not signing the emergency declaration. And this video feels like a hostage video.
Hi, I'm Yolanda Robinson. Lord knows you've heard a lot of things about my husband, Mark.
Breaking news tonight, Senate Republicans turning on Mark Robinson.
Republican
in North
Mark
Carolina.
Robinson is a man in a hurricane.
Pro-slavery
Highly
beliefs,
disturbing
bigotry,
posts.
anti-Semitism, sexism, racism.
Mark Robinson.
But forget what you have heard. As Mark's wife, let me tell you what I know. Despite growing up in poverty with an alcoholic father who abused his mother, Mark has been a wonderful husband, father, and grandfather, always being there for our children and grandchildren.
And your sister, apparently. Anyway, on September 27th at 9:49 a.m., he was posting about how excited he was to be on the campaign trail while not signing the emergency declaration. At 11:18 a.m., he brought a cardboard cutout of Trump to a fundraising event while still not signing the emergency declaration. At 7:44 p.m., he posted pictures of devastation in western North Carolina, but still refused to sign the emergency declaration. Is this the same day? No, okay, this is the next day. On September 28th at 9:45 a.m., he went to a car show, burnt his hand, and still refused to sign the emergency declaration. Probably because that was his signing hand that he burnt. At 12:31 p.m., Robinson posted a video claiming to support North Carolinians affected by Hurricane Helene, but forgot to mention that he still hadn't signed the emergency declaration. On September 28th at 2:37 p.m., he was at Caswell County Hoedown, not signing the emergency declaration. At 4:56 p.m., he was thanking Ron DeSantis and still not signing the declaration. At 4:58 p.m., he was at the Liberty Antiques Festival, still not signing the declaration. At 7:49 p.m., he was proclaiming that the public safety isn't political while not signing the declaration. At 10:05 a.m. the next day, he was at the Hickory Motor Speedway screaming at people from behind a fence while not signing the declaration. At 10:43 p.m. Okay, so you get it. The guy was posting all this shit while not signing the emergency declaration for relief funds in North Carolina. And the reason that this is kind of crucial is because North Carolina GOP changed the law 2 years ago requiring the Council of State to vote on governor's actions and emergency powers. They now have veto power. So, kind of crucial to get everybody on board. But not if you're Mark Robinson, apparently. So, just one more reason. I mean, as if you needed any more reasons, like, to not vote for that guy. But I mean, if you're Republican, it's still somehow a tough decision. Anyway, So, yeah, this is kind of an old story here, but, I mean, I guess I gotta cover it anyway, since we're going over the stuff I missed over the last 2 weeks. New York Mayor Eric Adams was indicted on September 25th, and, he's been charged with wire fraud, bribery, solicitation, and contributions by foreign nationals for allegedly accepting gifts, trips, payments, and other shit from the Turkish government. One count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery to receive campaign contributions from foreign nationals. Count 2, wire fraud. Yeah, so kind of sounds like pretty damn similar to what Clarence Thomas had done, but you know, I mean, he's a Democrat, so I guess that's the difference, or I guess we're just not holding judges accountable for anything. But this is that weaponized justice system that Republicans are always whining about in action, you know, going after another Oh, wait a second. He's a Democrat. Huh. So, yeah, you know, I mean, I'm sure Clarence Thomas is laughing somewhere for, you know, I mean, Clarence Thomas is taking millions in free trips and stuff. So that is a big-ass spider crawling across my wall right now. Holy crap. Ay, that was scary. Yikes. Technical difficulties. Bear with me here. That is gross. I got spider guts on my hand. Jesus. Anyway, where was I? Boy. Anyway, Eric Adams was accused of accepting illegal travel benefits from 2015 to 2021, multiple instances of free or heavily discounted business class trips on Turkish Airlines, free or discounted luxury hotels in Turkey and other countries, free meals, transportation, and entertainment in Turkey. So, yeah, pretty much everything that I've heard Clarence Thomas is guilty of. You know, free trips, I mean, what's that guy's name? That billionaire guy gave him a fucking RV, for fuck's sake. Evidence of Adams' crimes was uncovered by the FBI and they got a hold of his phone. As one example, the indictment cites an alleged 2019 text message exchanged between the mayor and one of his staffers about a possible trip to Turkey. To be on the safe side, please delete all messages you send me, the aide stated, per the indictment. Adams responded, always do. You know, apparently, you always don't, because I'm reading it right now. This is Eric Adams' text proving bribery and fraud. I can't actually read that. It's a little small here. Let's open it up in a browser instead. Let's see what we got here. What do we got? On June 22nd, 2021, Adams through the Adams staffer? What the fuck is the Adams staffer? I don't know. This is just one page from like 100-page indictment, so we'll see. Requested that the airline manager book flights to Istanbul for Adams. In order to conceal the favorable treatment, the Adams staffer requested that the airline's manager charge Adams what would appear to be the real price. Staffer, how much does he owe? Please let them call me and I will make the payment. Airline manager, it's very expensive because it was last minute. I'm working on a discount. Staffer, okay, thank you. Oh my god, did you see Eric's hat? Manager, oh fuck, haha. Staffer, he looks so fucking stupid I can't breathe. This is his staffer talking shit about him, by the way. Airline manager, what the hell even is it? Staffer, it's a fedora with safari flaps in the back. Airline manager, holy shit, he looks so fucking stupid. Talk later, I'll take care of that thing. Staffer, his every step is being watched right now. $1,000 or so. Let it be somewhat real. We don't want them to say he's flying for free. At the moment, the media's attention is on Eric. Airline manager, it's done. I talked to Dan. We're good. Loose ends, the staffer says. We're all good, airline manager. We're all good, about to be way better. Adams staffer, smiley face. Airline manager, do you see Eric's hat? He's still fucking wearing it. Back to the hat. These guys are obsessed with his hat. Adams paid approximately $1,100 each for round-trip economy tickets on Turkish Airlines for himself and Adams' partner, which were immediately upgraded to business class at no cost. Had Adams purchased business class tickets on the open market, they would have cost more than $15,000. Sure sounds like bribery to me. So, let's see what else we got here. Every major Democrat is calling on Eric Adams to resign after being indicted on federal charges. Every major Republican stood with Trump after he was indicted on dozens of federal charges. The current Republican Party is a cult. Yup, sure is. But Eric Adams is still refusing to resign.
So you hear the small number of loud people saying, well, he should step down. No, I'm going to step up. I'm going to step up. I'm going to step up. I'm not going to resign. I'm going to reign. I'm going to show those in this city that have hit difficult times in their lives, maybe on the verge of homelessness, may have lost their job, maybe going through a physical ailment or uncertainty.
Maybe committed federal crimes. This case is reminiscent of similar charges laid against Democrat Senator Bob Menendez last year and was found guilty in July of this year. Fun fact, Menendez was indicted, went to trial, and was found guilty on all charges after Trump was charged in his multiple indictments and has yet to stand trial for the majority of the charges. But Republicans will still somehow cry about Democrats' weaponized justice system using lawfare against their political opponents. This is yet another perfect example of how the two parties are not the same. Eric Adams, Democrat, got caught taking undisclosed money from Turkey. DOJ, under Joe Biden, a Democrat, prosecuted him. Michael Flynn, Republican, got caught taking undisclosed money from Turkey. Donald Trump, a Republican, made him National Security Advisor and then pardoned him. So, the New York Times did a handy little breakdown of all the people connected to Adams and his crimes. So, yeah, this is the rundown of all the people that are still either under indictment or under investigation, with this handy little chart down here. So purple is inquiry into Adams and his campaign with ties to Turkey. Yellow is inquiry into senior city hall aides and associates. Pink is inquiry into former police commissioners and twin brother. And blue is other legal matters. So these are your other legal matters in connection to Adams. Over here, we got his former police inspector, former buildings commissioner, former campaign fundraiser, and Eric Adams himself. And what was Pink again? Pink was inquiry into former police commissioner's twin brother. We got his former police commissioner. We got the chief of staff under Caban. We got former police commissioner. We got Queens Precinct Commander and another Queens Precinct Commander. Purple, which was what again? I got such a horrible memory. Inquiry into Adams, his campaign and ties to Turkey. And we got a former chief fundraiser, an aide on leave, former Turkish Airlines executive, and yellow, which was inquiry into senior city hall aides and associates. We got the senior advisor to the mayor. We got deputy mayor of public safety, the school chancellor, first deputy mayor, and the consultant. So, damn, this is one hell of a web we got going on with the crimes in New York. But you'll notice that the Democrats aren't protecting these people. So that weaponized justice system the Republicans are always crying about doesn't seem to be a thing. What are you saying here, buddy? I can't see. Wait, I don't love that person. I love what you said. Okay, well, I can't remember what I said. I've said a lot of things, but I love that you love it. Anyway, what's our next story here? Smartmatic reaches confidential settlement with Newsmax. Oh yeah, how could we forget this? This is one that didn't get nearly enough news coverage. Smartmatic, one of the voting machines companies, was sued Newsmax for, I think it was like, $1.7 billion for spreading lies about them after the 2020 election, and they reached a confidential settlement before the trial, the opening day of the defamation trial. And the reason that they kept it confidential and tried to avoid the trial even starting was because Fox got sued for over $1 billion, but reached a settlement of $787 million. But that was after all the Fox host text messages were exposed, and they admitted that they knew they were lying to their audience the entire time about all the election lies, and they were just doing it to get ratings. Dominion Fox lawsuit court filings reveal text messages between Fox hosts revealing that they knew they were lying to their audience about the election being stolen. We can read through them here, or we can watch this. Yeah, this is the actual court filings, and this shit is insane. That these guys actually, I still don't know how this is legal. That you can just lie to millions of people on national television, and it's like rewarded. They get billions of dollars every year. But yeah, this Australian network did a great breakdown of it, and I just love the way they read the quotes in their accents, so we'll watch that one instead.
Dominion's filings reveal a treasure trove of texts and emails between hosts and executives at Fox to back up their claim. Tucker Carlson told his producer,
Sidney Powell is lying, bitch.
Another host, Laura Ingraham, told Carlson,
Sidney is a complete nut. No one will work with her. Ditto with Rudy.
And Rupert Murdoch told Fox executives after watching a chaotic Giuliani-Powell press conference on the 19th of November, it was
really crazy stuff.
So why did Fox repeat the lies? Short answer, because money was more important than truth. And because viewers were abandoning the network in the belief that Fox had betrayed their president. So, did any of those hosts believe what they were being told? Dobbs and Pirro apparently did, but Sean Hannity told Dominion's lawyers,
I did not believe it for 1 second.
And he described people pushing the claims as
effing lunatics.
Tucker Carlson told Fox viewers,
if you're a Trump voter and you suspect that this election was stolen, was rigged, you're onto something.
But privately, he branded the claims as ludicrous, and Powell and Giuliani totally off the rails. And his view was widely shared by programme producers and Fox executives. So why did the network spread the lies? Answer, to stop the audience deserting. On 9th of November, Carlson emailed Fox CEO Suzanne Scott to say,
I've never seen a reaction like this to any media company.
And from that day on, according to Dominion,
Fox executives made an explicit decision to push narratives to entice their audience back.
Next day, Fox News President Jay Wallace texted Scott to say,
trying to get everyone to comprehend we are on war footing.
That included, says Dominion, coming down hard on anyone who dismissed the stolen election claims. Reporter Jackie Heinrich also ran into flack for fact-checking a Trump tweet, approving a Fox News report that alleged votes were stolen. Tucker Carlson texted Sean Hannity,
please get her fired. Seriously, what the f***? I'm actually shocked. It needs to stop immediately, like tonight. It's measurably hurting the company. The stock price is down. Not a joke.
Heinrich amended her tweet, but did not get fired. And did this all work? Did telling viewers what they wanted to hear bring the audience back? Yes, it did. Fox briefly lost its top spot in cable news in January 2021, but it got back to #1 again and has stayed there ever since. So, how do the folks at Fox look back on it all? Let's get Tucker Carlson to sum it up.
Yes, the news media are profoundly dishonest. All of us lie from time to time. That's the human condition. But imagine if lying was your job. Imagine forcing yourself to tell lies all day about everything in ways that were so transparent and so outlandish that there is no way the people listening to you could possibly believe anything you said. Then imagine doing that again and again and again every day of your professional life for your entire life. Could you do that?
Wow, that is one tough verdict, and great to see such unflinching.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, since that's literally what they do all day long. Smartmatic still has a $2.7 billion lawsuit pending against Fox News, which Fox is trying desperately to delay until after the election. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but I'm willing to bet there's going to be a fresh batch of lies after this election. What else we got here? Oh yeah, this one's kind of infuriating. Oklahoma Superintendent School Bible Scam. In Oklahoma, Superintendent Ryan Walters is requesting $3 million from this year's budget to provide Bibles in classrooms.
And so that $3 million ask is provided in the budget in front of you. That would be in conjunction with the $3 million that we're putting forth currently to provide Bibles in the classroom. So this would give us the ability to utilize $6 million in less than 2 years to ensure that the Bible hasn't been driven out of Oklahoma classrooms, and would be a significant step for the state of Oklahoma to ensure that we're not allowing the left to censor American history.
As Walters himself states in the above video, that's an extra $3 million on top of the existing $3 million Bible budget. On September 26th, Walters asked for $3 million to purchase Bibles for Oklahoma classrooms as part of his agency's fiscal year 2026 budget request to Oklahoma legislature. We have talked about ensuring that our history courses include the role of the Bible played throughout American history, Walters said. We've talked about the efforts of left-wing groups and the teachers' unions to drive the Bible out of school. I believe it's important for historical context for our kids to understand the role the Bible played. Walters said finding a Bible vendor should go through the competitive bidding process because that would be the cleanest, easiest way to choose. Walters' spokesman said that their intention with the RFP is to get Bibles distributed to classrooms as quickly as possible. Bids opened Monday for a contract to supply the State Department of Education with 55,000 Bibles. According to the bid documents, vendors must meet certain specifications. Bibles must be the King James Version, must obtain the Old and New Testaments, must include copies of the Pledge of Allegiance, Declaration of Independence, U.S. Constitution, and Bill of Rights, and must be bound on leather or leather-like material. How very specific. A salesperson at Mardel Christian and Education searched, and though they carry 2,900 Bibles, none fit the parameters. But one Bible fits perfectly. Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA Bible, endorsed by former President Donald Trump and commonly referred to as the Trump Bible. They cost $60 each online, with Trump receiving fees for his endorsement. Mardel doesn't carry the God Bless USA Bible or another Bible that could meet the specifications. The We the People Bible, which was also endorsed by Trump, sells for $90. That's this one.
What can we do? Stand up, speak out, and pray that God will bless America again. I'm proud to endorse and encourage you to get this Bible. We must make America pray again.
Former Oklahoma Attorney General Drew Edmondson said the request for proposals might violate state law. It appears to me that this bid is anything but competitive, Edmonds said. It adds to the basic specifications other requirements that have nothing to do with the text. The special binding and inclusion of government documents will exclude almost all bidders. If the bid specs exclude most bidders unnecessarily, I could consider that a violation. Separation of church and state concerns aside, much less expensive Bibles are readily available. Paperback versions of the New King James Version are available online for $2.99 each. less than 5% of what the Trump-endorsed Bible would cost. There are many free Bible apps, too. Though Walters has frequently said he wants Bibles in every classroom, he has also clarified that publicly that he wants them in classes where the Bible might apply to academics, such as history or literature. The request for 55,000 copies doesn't fit either scenario. There are only 43,000 classroom teachers in the state, and many fewer teaching just history or literature. If the Bibles cost $60 each and the state buys 55,000, that's $3.3 million exactly, which is exactly what he's asking for. What a coinky-dink. If they were to buy the $2.99 Bibles, it would only cost $165,000. Walters endorsed Trump, and many onlookers surmise he's angling for a cabinet position if Trump wins in November. Trump licenses his name, image, and likeness to use in Greenwood's Bible's marketing. The company website says it has no connection with the Trump campaign, which I'm calling bullshit on. Financial disclosure forms filed by Trump at the Office of Governmental Ethics shows he does benefit from Greenwood's Bible sales through a Trump company CIC Venture LLC. His latest disclosure, obtained by Citizens of Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, showed Trump received $300,000 in royalties from the God Bless the USA Bible. Oklahoma Attorney General Genter Drummond sent Walters a letter calling him out for dragging his heels on providing kids with emergency inhalers, but trying to rush through his little Trump Bible scam. And that is too small for me to read. In the letter, Drummond all but accuses Walters of dragging his feet to make inhalers available to children in Oklahoma schools. The man who is rushing Bible purchases for school across Oklahoma has taken well over a year with no resolution to get emergency inhalers put into schools after funding was made available. The efforts in the state have expended in recent years after a child in the state died at school when he had an asthma attack and no access to an inhaler. Just as the letter details, $250,000 in funding for emergency inhalers became available on July 1st, 2023. Walters' department, however, did not issue a request for information, an RFI, to examine potential suppliers for inhalers until February 9th, 2024. More than 7 months after the funds were appropriated and available. That was not, Drummond noted, an RFP that could result in a contract being awarded. What's more, Drummond added that Walters has basically given up, writing, "It appears that you have elected to require school districts to directly purchase inhalers and be refunded after rather than procuring inhalers directly." Wow, what a swell fella. Gotta get those Trump Bibles, though. At least 130 people have resigned or been fired since Walters took office in 2023. God, why are all the people connected to Trump such absolute pieces of shit, huh? Isn't that a coincidence? Anyway, our next story here. Women are dying because of Trump's abortion bans. Another woman is dead because of Trump's Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade.
Another woman is dead because of her state's abortion ban. 26-year-old Tasha Wilkinson-Sebeski was pregnant with her second child and started to experience major cramping, so she decided to go to the hospital. Her husband, Clayton, had to carry her down the stairs to her mother's car because she couldn't walk. Tasha kissed her son goodbye, not knowing that would be their last. The hospital was just 5 minutes away in their small Indiana town, but its labor and delivery ward had closed a month prior. There were no doctors or medical staff who had enough training in the field of obstetrics to be able to help her. Like many states with abortion bans, her area was considered to be a care desert. No medical care available for those who need it. After all, qualified OBGYNs are avoiding practicing in these states. She was transferred to a different medical center where she died 2 days later of a ruptured fallopian tube from an ectopic pregnancy. Her widower says that every expert he's spoken to says the delay in her care is what caused her death. Why was the place where Tasha should have been able to get help closed? Why was there no one there who could help her? In states like Indiana with strict abortion abortion bans, doctors and nurses are too afraid to intervene. After all, they could lose their license or be put in prison for what they know as medical procedures, but the state sees as a crime. The news of this comes just weeks after the story of 2 other women in Georgia, Amber Nicole Thurman and Candy Miller, also died as a result of their state's abortion ban and lack of care. This trend, unfortunately, will not stop until abortion access for everyone is restored.
Amber Thurman's death is the real-life consequences of Trump's packed Supreme Court.
Since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we have witnessed the horrifying effects of state abortion bans and restrictions. They've included harrowing stories of women being refused care, forced to suffer in parking lots. I was just discussing this with Senator Warren, until they become sick enough to be treated, and left to miscarry in lobby bathrooms. Now, according to a new report from ProPublica out today, we know that these bans have also resulted in the death of at least 2 patients in Georgia. This initial reporting focuses on the story of just one of those 2 patients, Amber Thurman. She was a 28-year-old single mother of 1. You can see a picture of her right there. She died on August 19th, 2022, just a month after Georgia's 6-week abortion ban went into effect. And because of that ban, Amber was forced to find care out of state in North Carolina. Now, when she returned home to Georgia, she had extremely rare complications, and on the evening of August 18th was rushed to the hospital after vomiting blood and passing out. As Amber's condition deteriorated due to acute severe sepsis, her doctors discussed initiating a procedure called a DNC, but Georgia had made performing that procedure a felony, with few exceptions. Any doctor who violated the new law could be prosecuted and face up to a decade in prison. So Amber waited, and she waited, and she waited. And after 20 hours, she was finally taken to an operating room. But by then, the situation was dire. And during the surgery, Amber's heart stopped. Now, according to the findings from Georgia's Maternal Mortality Review Committee that ProPublica obtained, there was a good chance that Amber's death would have been prevented if she had received a DNC earlier. This is post-Roe America. Amber's story is post-Roe America. Today would have been Amber Thurman's 31st birthday, and she should have lived to see it. Now, I want you to hold that story in your mind as you listen to what J.D. Vance said tonight in the state of Georgia.
Now, the Supreme Court's decision, it was not only a victory for the Constitution, it was a victory, it was a testament to the resolve of tens of millions of pro-life Americans who never gave up on the cause of life. Now, we're united in our gratitude and in our admiration for these devoted defenders of the unborn and for the judges, justices, and especially President Trump.
Overturning Roe was a victory, says J.D. Vance, in Georgia today. I know one thing, sure as hell wasn't a victory for Amber Thurman or her little boy who lost his mom.
Yeah, so, I mean, I wonder if he realizes that dead women can't have babies. I mean, how is it a victory that the mother is dead? I mean, you do realize now the baby is also dead, right? I mean, what are we doing here?
I was proudly the person responsible for the ending of Roe v. Wade.
Let the individual states make their abortion policy.
22 states are banning abortions.
We've done something on abortion that nobody thought was possible.
Amber Thurman died waiting 18 hours. The report finding her death likely could have been prevented.
There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. How can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography?
Yeah, so, you know, just Republicans being swell people as usual. Amber, this is why we need to vote blue. This is what scares me the most. The population will decrease because women are afraid to get pregnant. Yup, that's a good point there, Pinky. What's our next story here? Okay, Melania is just as bad as her husband. So Melania apparently has a book coming out, or at this point, I guess it has come out. I wrote this story about a week ago. And for some reason, she keeps on claiming that it's number one. One, before it even got released, and two, after it's been released, it's still not number one. It was never number one. It's not number one anywhere. She's just as much a liar as her husband. But apparently, she's also trying to charge news stations $250,000 for her to do interviews to promote her book.
CNN has tried to interview the former First Lady ahead of the release of her memoir, but her publisher responded with an unusual demand to CNN, a $250,000 price tag. CNN's Hadass Gold and I broke this story together today. Hadass, good to see you. So help our viewers understand from a media perspective how unusual a demand such as this is with such an incredibly high price tag nonetheless.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Most legitimate news organizations would never pay a public figure, especially the spouse of the Republican candidate for president, for an interview. Full stop. They just would not do that. Most news organizations have rules against any sort of payment to political organizations or to a candidate. So they would never pay for an interview with the spouse of the Republican candidate for president. And CNN has not and will not pay for such an interview. Now, in the past, media organizations have paid, especially when it comes to licensing photos or trying to get interviews with people who are involved in things like.
Yeah, I guarantee Fox is paying for interviews with her because she was on Fox recently promoting her book. And if any news organization is going to foot the $250 bill to Trump's wife, it'll be Fox. But I wonder how much of that book is plagiarized, because if you remember, she literally stole Michelle Obama's speech and copied it word for word back in 2016. Here's a little snippet of that.
My parents were raised with so many of the same values.
That you work hard for what you want.
You work hard for what you want.
That your word is your bond.
That your word is your bond. That you do what you say you're going to do. That you.
Jeez, what's going on here?
You treat people
with respect,
with dignity and.
Okay, why is this video so glitchy? What the hell?
Treat people with respect,
with dignity and respect, even if you don't know them, and even if you don't agree with them.
Okay, well, for some reason, this video just really doesn't want to play, but you get it. She copied it word for word. Melania calls Trump a family man that loves his country. Oh yeah, this is fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, so this was this interview that she did with Fox News promoting her book. So clearly they were willing to pay the $250,000 bill to get her to come on. Hello, come on. What the hell's going on? Okay, why is Discord not working, man? Okay, geez, are you gonna make me do this shit myself? Alright, well, in the video, she says that, the reporter asked her what she would want the public to know about her husband. And she says that he's a family man who loves his country. So here's the family man, Trump the family man, who has cheated on every single one of his multiple wives, including one with the current one, with a porn star only weeks after she gave birth to his son Barron. At least 26 women have accused Trump of sexual misconduct, with allegations stretching back to the 1970s, running through 2016.
Like him? What do you
Oh, now it decides to work.
That he is really a family man. He loves his family. He loves this country.
Yeah, family man that loves his country. Great, great, great. Yeah, the family man that's been sexually assaulting women while married from the 70s. Not that it would be okay to sexually assault women if you're not married. I'm not sure what the hell point I was making with that, but you get it. Trump's marriage to Ivana fell apart when he began an affair with the model Marla Maples, which dominated the tabloids in the early 90s. Family man stuff, Adult film star Stormy Daniels alleged that she and Trump had a sexual encounter just 4 months later in July 2006. Playboy model Karen McDougal alleged that she started an affair with Trump even closer to the birth of Barron in June 2006. So, just family man stuff. Trump's our well-known family man is illustrated perfectly by this picture of Eric smiling ear to ear as his wife practically snaps her son's wrist to get a good picture. Yeah, family man. Just Trump family values. Poor kid doesn't stand a chance. Jesus, what a psychopath. I mean, how is this even a good picture? They're smiling ear to ear. This kid is screaming in pain, and she's yanking on his wrist like, God, these people are psychotic. Trump loves his country so much, he'd rather be in France.
I could have been relaxing at Mar-a-Lago or in the south of France, which I would prefer being in this country, frankly. But
yeah, what a patriot that guy is. Here's more clips of Trump loving his country.
America! It's horrible, dirty, filthy dirty. We are actually becoming a third world country. You can't buy a car. You walk down the street, you get mugged or you get shot. The price of bacon has gone up 5 times. You can't order bacon. The grocery stores are running out of food. It's worse than Honduras. America. America. America has become a dirty, crime-ridden death trap. We're a failed nation. The medians of our highways are crumbling. The garbage is piled up and disgusting. Crackers are up 40%. People are living in hell. The American dream is dead.
Yeah, what a family man that loves his country. Sounds like he really loves it. Melania contributes to the lies about hurricane relief by claiming she did anything to actually help hurricane victims.
I remember when I visited states when it was a hurricane. I was there with people. I was praying with them, sharing the stories, and also serving the food. And we were there with FEMA, helping them. And I think it's very important that they see that they have support behind them and that they will be okay.
Now, a reality check. Melania handed out individual bottles of water for FEMA-funded photo ops while diverting resources that should have been used to help victims to instead protect her and her husband's dumbasses. What is this? Coachella? Individual bottles of water? Or 500 milliliter bottle of water? What the hell is somebody supposed to do with that after a hurricane? Trump handing out individual bottles of water for hurricane photo ops, and the cameras sound like a fucking rattlesnake. So definitely not in it for publicity or anything.
Thank you, everybody. Come on up. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, posing for the camera, really helping out there. This is, by the way, listen to all those cameras going off, just purely a photo op. And second of all, this is exactly what you don't want in a hurricane relief zone, when people are still desperate for resources and like need to get to them quickly, the last thing you want is a bunch of Secret Service everywhere getting in the way, blocking people out from getting the like the water, the food, whatever the hell they're looking for, you know? Like, this is not what you want in that situation. A jackass doing a photo op handing out individual bottles of water to people. That is literally just getting in the way. But you know, Melania is great at pretending she cares about people, but her actions say otherwise. Like when she wore a coat that said, "I really don't care," to you to visit kids in cages at the border. Yeah, remember that one? Yeah, she's just so caring, ain't she? Ugh. Anyway, what's our next story here? Oh yeah, Clay Higgins racist post. In what should come as a shock to absolutely nobody, there's yet another racist Republican in Congress. Meet Louisiana State Rep Clay Higgins. Doesn't he look like a friendly fella? Higgins, the former Louisiana sheriff who was fired for posting a racist video online and in typical fashion immediately decided to run for Congress, where he was elected to represent Louisiana's 3rd District. But Higgins isn't a newbie to the whole racism thing. Back in his 30s, Higgins voted for then KKK Grand Wizard David Duke for governor, despite openly admitting that he knew Duke was a full-blown Nazi. But apparently Higgins hasn't learned his lesson since getting fired from his last job because of his racism. In 2020, during the George Floyd protests, he wrote on Facebook and later deleted a post saying that he would shoot the protesters if given the opportunity. GOP congressman to black protesters, I'd drop any 10 of you where you stand. And the guy is still in Congress somehow. And this past week, after it was announced that that members of the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio, would be filing charges against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance for spreading lies about them eating people's pets, which led to Haitians in Springfield being harassed and having multiple schools and hospitals closed due to bomb threats, Higgins took it upon himself to post on Twitter that they all better get out of the country before January 20th. LOL, these Haitians are wild, eating pets, voodoo, nastiest country in the Western Hemisphere, cults, slapsticks, gangsters, but damned if they don't feel all sophisticated now, filing charges against our president and VP. All these thugs better get their mind right and get their asses out of our country before January 20th. Classy fella, huh? This then led Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to try and cover for him by saying that it was cool because Higgins prayed about it and took the post down.
Any comment on the tweet that Clay Higgins put out today about Haitians? I heard about that on the floor just now as well. Clay Higgins is a dear friend of mine and a colleague from Louisiana and a very frank and outspoken person. He's also a very principled man. And I think he tweeted, I didn't even see it, but he tweeted something today about Haitians, and he was approached. Okay. Well, look, he was approached on the floor by colleagues who said that was offensive. He went to the back. I just talked to him about it. He said he went to the back and he prayed about it and he regretted it and he pulled the post down. That's what you want a gentleman to do. I'm sure he probably regrets some of the language he used, but you know, we move forward. We believe in redemption around here. Are you the next Congress?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what you want a gentleman to do is not post the bullshit in the first place, but hey, that's just me. I'm not a Republican, so I don't understand these things. But apparently, Higgins' prayer-induced soul-searching didn't last long, because right after Congress let out for their 6-week-long vacation, he told CNN that he doesn't care and he'll put up another racist post tomorrow if he feels like it. So, you know, just a classy guy. You know, I feel like we forgot some things in that hurricane relief story here. I definitely did. Oh yeah, fun little side note. The Republican-led 18th Congress has only been in session for 127 days this year and has had 150 days off, weekends included. And it's been the least effective Congress in over 100 years, passing only 47 bills so far, compared to the previous 365 bills passed by the Nancy Pelosi-led 117th Congress. The days in gray are the days that they were active in Congress. So yeah, I sure wish I got that many days off. And this is how many there usually are. I mean, we were really pumping out bills in the 70s. But the one right before the current Congress passed 365. That's one bill a day. And way down there, you see the Republican-led 118th Congress that passed a whopping 47 bills. They've been busy, haven't they? And they haven't been wasting the precious few bills they've actually managed to pass doing stupid little things like funding FEMA. Instead, they've been focused on the important stuff, like renaming a prison in Florida after Trump, and another super important stuff like renaming an airport in Virginia after Trump. So, you know, that's the Republican-led Congress for you. Just so productive. What else do we got here? Trump selling fake watches. So, just since he started running for president this time around, Trump has tried selling everything but the kitchen sink, and that's probably only because Elon has the sink market covered already. But before we get into Orange Man's latest grift, let's take a look at the list of crap he's tried hawking to his base, who are the only ones dumb enough to actually buy this crap, despite allegedly not being able to afford to feed themselves because of inflation. So, since starting his campaign in 2022, he's tried hawking NFTs that are all photoshopped, physical trading cards with his mugshot on them, casual reminder that he's the only former president in history that has a mugshot, since he's the only one who's a convicted felon. There's his ugly mug. But you're not paying $4,700 just for a silly card. That would be ridiculous. Yes, $4,700. $100 a piece for all 47 of his shitty NFT photoshops of himself. If you piss away almost $5,000 on this worthless piece of shit, you'll also get a tiny piece of the suit he was wearing while having his mugshot taken. That's right, a former president is literally chopping up his clothes and selling the pieces. And let's be honest, that was probably not a very expensive suit. But why stop at just sniffing a piece of Trump's clothes, which I guarantee is what anybody dumb enough to piss away that kind of money on this worthless crap is gonna do with it, when you can walk around smelling like him yourself, with Trump cologne. That's right, he somehow managed to harness the stench of shitty diapers and put it in a gaudy gold bottle. And then in an attempt to appeal to the African-American community, he decided to try hawking gold sneakers starting at $400 a pair, which he debuted to thunderous applause.
Wow, a lot of emotion. There's a lot of emotion in this room. Thank you. So nice. So the really nice thing is we have lines, and I want to thank Chase and I want to thank Alan, but we have...
Yeah, as you can tell, everybody was really loving his shitty gold shoes there. And if $400 shoes are a little out of your price range, you can shell out $100 for one of his silver coins that contain a whopping $30 worth of silver. And my God, I mean, could they have done a shittier job stamping his ugly fucking face on these things? Jesus. It's like they put no effort in.
Everyone, I have something incredible to share today. We are announcing the launch of Trump coins, a true symbol of American greatness. Trump coins are designed by me and minted right here in the USA.
By the way, can we all just take a second and look at how shitty a job this guy does smearing that shit on his face? Like, look how much he's missing these days. Like, God, what a psychopath. But yeah, you can get this worthless hunk of shit for only $100. And how could we forget about his most blasphemous grift to date, the Trump Bible? That's right, for the low price of $60 to $90, you can own the Word of God endorsed by the Antichrist himself. There's that ugly thing that's probably made in China too. And in a last-minute update to this story, we just learned that the Trump Bibles are made in Hangzhou, China. Called it, but then again, I did write this. So, they shipped 120,000 of them this year to the U.S. Cost to the wholesaler is $3 each, and Trump's selling them for $60. Turns out, Trump's God Bless the USA Bibles were made in China, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. And I have to reiterate that this is only the crap he started selling since he kicked off his campaign. That's not including his Make America Great Again hats that are actually made in China as well. The Trump board game, Trump steaks, Trump water, Trump magazine, Trump mortgages, Trump University, Trump casinos, Trump airlines, for the people that thought Spirit wasn't quite shitty enough. And just to emphasize what a grifter he truly is, let's not forget that the guy that doesn't drink also tried selling Trump wine and Trump vodka. So, super trustworthy con artist we got here running for president. But his latest grift might actually be his worst one yet. Now the oversized Oompa Loompa is hawking gold watches for $100,000 apiece.
Special, I think you're going to love it. My new Trump watches. We're doing quite a number with watches, and the quality to me is very important. The Trump Victory Tourbillon. This isn't just any watch, it's one of the best watches made. It's a tourbillon watch with almost 200 grams of gold and more than 100 real diamonds. That's a lot.
The fact that he emphasizes that they're real diamonds is how you know they're definitely not real diamonds. But watch experts were quick to point out that this wildly overpriced watches are actually made in China. Shocking, isn't it? Trump's vastly overpriced $100,000 Swiss watches is probably made in China, watch expert says. Not only is your $100,000 fake watch purchase non-refundable, no refunds on a fake watch made in China, but the website also claims that none of the money is going to his campaign, which is definitely not true. But when you do a bit of digging into the company selling these watches, it seems pretty obvious that it's actually a shell company specifically set up to funnel money to his campaign. First of all, the company is only 2 months old and based in Wyoming. But let's take a look at the address of the company's location and registered agent, shall we? Let's see what we got here. Andrew Pierce is our registered agent. And the location of the watch company seems to be the address for a penis enhancement product company called Royal Honey Shop on Kauffman Avenue in Sheridan, Wyoming, that you can see for yourself here. Royal Honey Shop. That does look, 1309 Kauffman Avenue. And what was the address here? 1309 Kauffman Avenue, Sheridan, Wyoming. Huh. Royal Honey VIP Penis Enhancements. There's the link to the website if you want to go check it out for yourself. I don't know why you would, but there you go. And if you punch in the address for the registered agent, Cloud Peak Law LLC, the location appears to be some kind of junkyard nearby. So yeah, nothing shady going on here. And for the weird cherry on top of this sketchy little sundae, when you take a digital walk around the property where the company is located, the building is oddly the only one blurred out on Google Street View. So nothing sketchy going on there. That, coupled with the fact that the company The Best Watches on Earth LLC is registered to an attorney in Wyoming named Andrew Pierce, whose own bio says he learned the hard way the importance of correct business structuring, whatever the hell that means. Andrew Pierce, and look him up, and learn the hard way the importance of business structuring. He looks like a trustworthy fella. I don't know about you, but I always trust a guy with that haircut. You don't exactly need to be a detective to connect the dots and realize that this is obviously a shell company to get around the $40,000 donation limit and funnel money to Trump's campaign, or the more likely, 3,300 direct donation limit and funnel money directly to Trump's orange-stained little pockets. The limits on contributions made to persons and candidates increased to 3,300 per election and increased to 41,300 per calendar year. So it seems like all these years later, one of the few things Marco Rubio was actually right about was his opinion of Donald Trump. You know, 8 years ago when he actually had a spine.
This is what we're going to have.
Here's
This
the guy
president.
that inherited $200 million. If he hadn't inherited $200 million, you know where Donald Trump would be right now? Selling watches in Manhattan.
Wrong.
So, you know, I mean, it was right about one thing at least. And say what you want about Cenk Uygur, but the guy absolutely nails it here.
Imagine if Kamala Harris did this.
Right.
It would be the most amazing, spectacular, unbelievable thing that's ever happened. Like if Kamala Harris out of nowhere was like, I've got these amazing new watches, and if you act now, I'll throw in some Ginsu knives with $100,000, but it's got my signature, right. Kamala Harris. So they're collector's items. We'd all say, oh my God, has she lost her goddamn mind? Right? What kind of a weirdo con man fraud grift thing are you running right before the election? Are you insane? And it's Trump, and everybody's like, oh yeah, that's normal. Because we all know that he's insane. And we're just going on with our lives like, oh yeah, 50-50 on this election. Yeah. Because guys, there's two things. Yeah, grifting, no question. He's the grift that keeps on giving. And never stops, constantly grifting, nonstop grifting. But also, it's nuts to grift like this 40 days before an election. And I think the reason he's doing it is he senses this might be the end. So he's like, and he said it too, just about a week ago. He said, if I lose, this will be it, right? And so I think he's like, okay, we got to get out all the products now. They're all giving money now before the election. This doesn't go to his campaign. It goes straight into his pocket. Why are you paying a so-called billionaire with your money, right? This doesn't go to the campaign at all. So he's like, okay, I got to cash in now. Do every scam we have. Even the watch one, someone asked? He's like, even the watch one. Okay, come on. He's like, you'll join a very exclusive club of dumbasses that paid $100,000 that are non-refundable for a watch you didn't even see. Okay, so how do you vote for this guy, guys? I mean, come on, Jesus Christ. And MAGA, if a Democrat did this, Joe Biden comes up, buy a $100,000 watch. You guys would have lost your minds. If Obama did it, you would have called them racist things. Come on, you know this. But when your guy does it, you're like, oh yeah, nailed it. But for the people who give him the $100,000, oh, hey, it's a free country, man. A fool and his money are easily parted.
Like, nailed it there. No notes. I mean, I can't stand Cenk Uygur, but I have nothing I disagree with in that video. And in a last minute update to this story, oh yeah, okay, so this is where we find out that the Bibles are made in China, you know, like everything else he tries selling to his brain-dead supporters. Speaking of his brain-dead supporters, they seem to not like each other these days. You could forgive people for voting for Trump in 2016. Back then, nobody really knew just how bad he was gonna be, and he seemed like a change from the status quo. And I guess you could even maybe forgive them for voting for him in 2020, since if you were too busy to ever follow the complete disaster that was his first term, and somehow didn't mind his complete bungling of the worst pandemic in 100 years, he may have seemed like a decent alternative. I don't know how, but there's one sport Trump supporters are best at. It's mental gymnastics. You know, I mean, I don't know about you, but I love having morgues so full you need to pile up dead bodies in refrigerated trucks. And I love not having any toilet paper to buy or anything else for that matter because the shelves were empty. That was a blast. Wasn't that just the highlight of your life? It sure was for me. But this time around, it seems like even Trump supporters have had it with other Trump supporters. When in Saginaw, Michigan, 2 MAGA vendors at a Donald Trump rally decided to beat the ever-living shit out of each other. A trend that seems to be becoming a lot more popular these days in MAGA world, like at the Arkansas County Republican Committee meeting where Trumpists decided to have an impromptu boxing match.
Do not threaten her. Instead of looking at her a little bit.
And then there was this fight at an Arizona GOP precinct meeting. I love that guy at the end. No videotaping, too late.
No videotaping, too late. No video.
And then there were these charming folks interacting with the people that showed up to support Tim Walz during the debate.
We're gay! We're gay and we support Trump! Kiss my ass! Kiss my ass! Kiss my ass! You're not from New York! Fuck you! Suck my dick! Fuck you! Fuck you! You're not from New York! Fuck you! Suck my dick! Trade that vote for Trump!
Yeah, so just in case you needed any more evidence of who the good guys are in this fight, yeah, I don't know. Doesn't that make you want to be another clown in this circus that is the modern day GOP? I mean, I know it sure does for me. Seems like so much fun over there. What's our next story over here? Oh yeah, the Vance Walz debate. So the only vice presidential debate happened a little over a week ago now, and there were a few things that I feel didn't get enough attention. But first, let's flash back to 2022 Ohio Senate debate between J.D. Vance and Tim Ryan, where Ryan absolutely crucified him.
You were calling Trump America's Hitler. Then you kissed his ass.
Not true.
It is true. And then you kissed his ass, and then he endorsed you. And you said he's the greatest president of all time. Mitch McConnell gave you $40 million to prop up your campaign. Peter Thiel gave you $15 million. That's $55 million, JD. What do you think they want for that? They want your loyalty. And you proved that you'll kiss their ass too.
Yeah, so that one didn't quite go as well as one against Walz. But as good as that was, it's really only just scratching the surface of the hypocritical iceberg that is J.D. Bowman or Jimmy Hamill or whatever the hell he's calling himself these days. After all, he has changed his name like 3 fucking times. Or maybe 4? I don't even know. So let's take a look back at what he really thinks of his running mate, shall we?
As somebody who doesn't like Trump, myself, the elites were right about Donald Trump, right? I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place. If I feel like Trump has a really good chance of winning, I might have to hold my nose and vote for Hillary.
Terrible candidate, idiot if you voted for him, might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical a-hole, cultural heroine, noxious and reprehensible.
But I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place. He's leading our political discourse to a very negative place. If Trump is elected president, he has to be a much different president than he was a candidate. As a candidate, he was fundamentally divisive, arrogant.
Yeah, so funny how all that changed in the span of 7 years. But that was the super distant past of a whole 7 years ago. Now JD is a changed man, the type of man that considers rape and incest to be a minor inconvenience.
Should a woman be forced to carry a child to term after she has been the victim of incest or rape?
Look, my view on this has been very clear, and I think the question betrays a certain presumption that's wrong. It's not whether a woman should be forced to bring a child to term, it's whether a child should be allowed to live, even though the circumstances of that child's birth are somehow inconvenient or a problem to the society.
Yeah, so given how much of a classy guy he is, it wasn't really a shock when he refused to admit that Trump lost the 2020 election.
This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
And by the way, it's a bit odd that JD refuses to admit Trump lost, since Trump himself has been admitting it an awful lot lately.
But they beat us by a whisker. They beat us just by a little whisker. He beat us from the basement. Election, where I got many millions more votes than I got the first time. But didn't quite make it, just a little bit short. We did not win. And I got millions of more votes than that, and lost by a whisker. Votes more than that, more than anybody had ever got. We got the most votes of anybody, of any sitting president in history. And he beat us by a whisker.
Bet all those people that went to jail because of your lies about a stolen election really appreciate that, Donnie. And apparently, Nick Fuentes, one of Trump's most loyal sycophants, who Trump even invited to dinner at Mar-a-Lago, also isn't loving Trump's sudden newfound honesty.
He's admitting, he says, oh, I lost by a whisker. So what was the point? Like, what's the point of any of it? You lost in 2020? Seriously? I mean, what are we even doing anymore? Then you're a loser. Then you're a loser. You just lost. Then you lost to Joe Biden. You deserve to be charged. If he admits that he lost, then that actually vindicates the DOJ charge against him. Because the charge is that he knew he lost, but he lied to defraud the people. That's the DOJ's charge.
Well, I hate to agree with this sack of shit, but, you know, he kinda nailed it there, so guess I kinda have to. But back to JD, let's take a look at one little tidbit from the debate that seems to have flown under the radar.
Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiations.
Now, I wonder if he's referring to any particular 900-page plan.
Even more, which you know as Project 2025 with a weird name. It's called Mandate for Leadership. It's a 900-page blueprint, takes 2 books, 900 pages, for the next Trump presidency. It's the brainchild of the Heritage Foundation, which promises to, quote, defeat the anti-American left, its words.
But let's not beat around the bush here. Project 2025 is definitely Trump and JD's plan if they get back into office, something I've already proven in one of my other videos that you can watch down here. That little link there. But yeah, instead, let's check this out.
Look, the Heritage Foundation does a lot of good work.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another.
You know, there's something comparable, you know, between abortion and slavery. And
we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
There's this idea that, like, well, okay, these marriages were fundamentally violent, but certainly they were unhappy, and so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term. But it really didn't work out for the kids of those marriages.
Project 2025, I reviewed a lot of it. There's some good ideas in there. As a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in our democratic republic than people who don't have kids.
Almost always, the people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
Yeah, so I highly recommend you go and watch my other video that proves that that is 100% their plan and directly compares Trump's Agenda 47 to the things in 2025, and yeah, they almost line up word for word. So yeah, but that's something I think kind of went unnoticed in the debate that I haven't seen a lot of people talking about for some reason. They seem to be hyper fixating on that last line there, and that one just kind of flew under the radar. But let's see what our next story is here. Oh yeah, people leaving Trump rallies. Okay, well, ever since the debate, where Kamala pointed out that at every one of Trump's rallies, people leave in droves after a few minutes, Trump's been tripping over himself, claiming that your pesky eyeballs are lying to you again, and they aren't actually leaving.
And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early, out of exhaustion and boredom.
We do these rallies, they're massive rallies. Everybody loves, everybody stays till the end, by the way. You know, when she said that, well, your rallies, people leave. Honestly, nobody does. And if I saw them leaving, I'd say, and ladies and gentlemen, make America great again, and I'd get the hell out, okay? Because I don't want people leaving. But I...
Shut up for 4 years. Yeah. He's not my president. He's not my president. 4 years.
Yeah, I know.
Sure looks like they're leaving. And another rally.
Because of this lunatic and her, she's so much worse. She was here. And just doesn't be coming in. You don't have the television guys all over, but the real military, you can get in a room for 2 years and scream, walk at them, and when they walk out.
His latest excuse is that they aren't actually leaving, they're all going to line up to get pictures with him.
I want to explain something. The people that you see leaving, because nobody ever leaves. And when they do, I finish up quick, believe me. But I couldn't take pictures at the beginning. So I take them at the end sometimes. If I'm late, the plane gets late, you get delayed, lots of things happen. There's a little hurricane going on in Florida, as you know. And so what they do is they say, oh, please come up now at the end of my speech. I said, don't do that. Because it looks like they're leaving, like your husband who owns this place. I want to explain.
Yeah, gotta love how he says nobody ever leaves, and then immediately, 2 seconds later, but when they do. So which is it, guy? Are they not leaving, or are they? The only problem with this little excuse is that you can clearly see that they aren't just leaving the area where he's giving this speech, they're leaving the venues entirely. There's the venue, and there's them heading for the exit. There's the venue, there's them heading for the exit.
Why are all these people leaving in the middle of the speech? Donald Trump is speaking right now, and all these people are leaving. I don't get it.
Well, I get it. And there's them literally exiting the building. Where are you doing these pictures, Donnie? Everybody walking out the building. Man, how far away are you taking these pictures, guy? Recently, it's become so noticeable that reporters with the Washington Post have started asking people why they're leaving. With there being a wide variety of excuses, but some just blatantly admitting that they're sick of his crap. Most stay, but Trump often runs late and goes long, prompting many to bow out because of other responsibilities, priorities, or sometimes waning patience and interest, according to Washington Post interviews and observations across dozens of events. Some said they wanted to beat the traffic or had to work the next day. Others complained about sound quality. One man wanted to go home to his French bulldog. Another needed to get home to his daughter. A third had a Yorkie with him that started to act out. A fourth man said his phone died. Anastasia Bennett, 22, quickly grew tired of the insults and was ready to leave. Bennett was an undecided voter before attending the rally with her aunt, who supports Harris, but after hearing Trump speak, she said she planned to vote for Harris. It was the insults and just being an hour late, she said. But never one to believe the evil fake news media. This has prompted other Trump supporters to take matters into their own hands and find out for themselves why people are leaving.
I work 3 jobs just.
The rally's still going on. Why do you have to leave? That's unfortunate.
I work my ass off. I work 3 jobs just to be able to afford everything. With the fact that they take so much from me in overtime, it doesn't make sense to work 1 job. So I work 3 so that way they take less taxes from me.
He's still speaking in there. Why'd you leave?
Because I have to get home before dark.
It did. It just started.
Oh.
We've been waiting, a while.
We've been waiting for a little while, and
and there's no chair, so my feet are killing me.
I have a medical condition, so I can't stand very long. So
He's talking. He just got up there. We're like, we've seen him. Now we're good. Let's go.
We seen him, now we're good. Let's go. That pretty much sums it up. Hey, remember that first guy, what that first guy said about getting screwed over on overtime pay? Well, let's just check in with old Don the Con and see how he feels about overtime, shall we?
A lot more overtime if you do that. Because of that, you're going to end up with a lot more overtime. I used to hate to pay overtime. When I was in the private sectors, they say, oh, I don't want overtime. I shouldn't tell you this. I'd go out and get other people and let them work regular time. It's terrible. I'd say, no, get me 10 other guys. I don't want to have time and a half. I don't want to have. I know a lot about overtime. I'd hated to give overtime. I hated it. I'd get other people. I shouldn't say this, but I'd get other people in. I wouldn't pay. I hated.
Yeah, you really shouldn't say that, Don, considering a lot of your supporters literally work overtime, like that guy that went to your rally. But back to his rallies, some people, myself included, think there's a much easier explanation for the walkouts. See, Trump actually has a long history of hiring people to attend his rally, dating back all the way to the launch of his first bid for president back in 2015. Former Trump aide Corin Lewandowski says campaign paid actors to appear at his 2016 presidential announcement. And he's not very good at covering his tracks because unlike the fake screenshot of a Craigslist ad from 2019 that was claiming to be hiring people for a Trump rally, which his supporters have recently started photoshopping to say it's for a Kamala rally. Yeah, this one's been circling around for 5 years. It is fake, so yeah, don't buy that one. Trump seems to have gotten so desperate that he actually has resorted to posting ads on Craigslist for at least one of his rallies in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. And this one, I know for a fact is real, because a bunch of people online went and checked it out themselves, and yeah, I went to that link when it was up, and yeah, it was a real ad for $10 paying people to stay for 1 hour. These stories in the past have been fabrications, but I googled this myself. Trump campaign had Craigslist ads posted under talent gigs to pay people to attend Donald Trump's rally in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania on August 17th. Attendees needed for rally Saturday 17th. Attendees no experience needed. We will pay you to attend the upcoming Donald Trump rally on Saturday, August 17th. Must be a U.S. citizen to apply. And more screenshots of it. So getting really sloppy at covering his tracks there. I mean, the link's been pulled down now, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just means it was reported enough times. This isn't the first time Trump's been busted faking one of his rally crowds. Earlier this year, when Biden became the first ever sitting president to join striking auto workers on the picket line, Trump decided to take a very different approach.
Trying to make it look like he was supporting these union auto workers who were out on strike, who the whole country was rallying in support of, he instead went to a non-union auto parts facility. And while his campaign tried to convince people to say that he was there speaking to striking auto workers, or at least he was speaking to auto workers, the problem was that real reporters actually went to the event. And they realized quickly that this was a facility that doesn't have anybody in a union. And then the reporters did what reporters do. They talked to the people who were physically there. And so this was the Detroit News the next day. Quote, one individual in the crowd who held a sign that said union members for Trump acknowledged to a Detroit News reporter that she was not a union member. Another person with a sign that read auto workers for Trump, when asked for an interview, said that he wasn't an auto worker. He did a fake event. I mean, the whole thing was fake. And then it was in the Detroit press the next day that it was fake. This you skipped the debate for? It was so embarrassing at the time. And now, as of right now, there are receipts. Literal receipts, the campaign finance filings that just came out for all the various campaigns. Reporter Jonathan Oosting at Bridge, Michigan dug in and found that on that day in September, the Trump campaign indeed paid a $20,000 rental fee to pay to rent that auto parts plant, which was not a union facility, so he could pretend it was full of union auto workers who supported him when it was actually just full of randos holding signs that said that's who they were, even though that's not who they were.
Yeah. So, real president, phony president. Noticing a difference yet? Anyway, what's our next story here? Oh yeah, Trump responds to Iran attack. Oh yeah, here's another great example of him just always being there for the troops. The missile attack by Iran. Okay, well, I guess we should cover the missile attack first, shouldn't we? Where are we? Hezbollah, okay. So, Israel's been keeping busy lately after having taken out the entire Hezbollah military chain of command in a single week. I mean, talk about efficiency. Iran decided to respond by raining down rockets on Israel in one of the craziest scenes of military force since Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
تفضلوا.
فكر مطار على النفاتيم، مطار على المطار، راح مطار السرية، راح مطار الجيش. يا الله يزيك كيف العودة بركزة راحت السرية لأنا شرت.
Jesus. Iran's president said that they only targeted military sites, despite one of the missiles destroying a school, and that raining down an insane amount of rockets on Israel is just their way of trying to avoid a wider conflict in the region. Because, you know, I know one thing that makes me super not want to start a war is when a bunch of missiles rain down on my kid's school.
בית ספר של אבות, גדרה. חטף פגיעה ישירה.
Yeah, that really looks like a military installation, doesn't it?
כל הקירות מרוסקים.
Anyway, how does this link back to Trump? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Trump responds to Iran attack. The missile attack by Iran then prompted a response from Trump where he pretended that if he was in charge, he would threaten to blow them to smithereens.
But if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that. And there would be no more threats. There would be.
Now, ignoring the fact that this is coming from the guy whose supporters love to claim would somehow keep us out of wars if he was president, this lie from Trump is particularly infuriating since we already know exactly how Trump would respond if we were attacked by Iran, because our troops were literally attacked by Iran while he was in office. And not only did he not do a damn thing to respond to Iran, he also dismissed the over 100 troops that suffered traumatic brain injuries from the attack as just having headaches. Headaches.
By private Earth imaging company Planet Labs shows damage to 5 facilities on the base. Among the facilities were aircraft hangars turned into rubble after being hit by ballistic missiles. Some of the images show missiles also landed on the base's runway. Iraq says 17 missiles hit the airbase. U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper says the missiles fell.
And when a reporter pointed out that his lame ass did nothing to respond to the attack, he again, this week, dismissed the U.S. troops that suffered traumatic brain injuries from the attack as just having headaches.
Attacks from Iran, but also, do you believe that you should have been tougher on Iran after they had launched ballistic missiles in 2020 on U.S. forces in Iraq, leaving more than 100 U.S. soldiers injured?
So, first of all, injured. What does injured mean? Injured means you mean because they had a headache, because the bombs never hit the fort. So just so you understand, there was nobody ever tougher in Iraq. They had no money with me. They would have made any deal with me. I would have had a deal made within, literally, I would have had a deal made within 1 week after the election.
Uh-huh. But Trump disrespecting the troops is nothing new. After all, this is less than a month after his campaign staff assaulted a staff at Arlington Cemetery when they told him that he wasn't allowed to do a photo op for a political ad on the grounds. Federal law prohibits political campaign or election-related activities within Army National Military Cemeteries, to include photographers, content creators, or any other persons attending for purposes or indirect support of a partisan political candidate's campaign. Trump's staffers reported over allegations or altercation at Arlington Cemetery during photo op. And there's the fucking photo of dipshit McGee giving a thumbs up over somebody's grave.
We lost 13 great people. What a horrible day it was.
God, he's fucking shameless, isn't he? And this just follows Trump's long history of disrespecting the troops, doing everything from calling them suckers and losers to saying that POWs don't count as war heroes.
He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. Do you agree with that?
John Kelly confirms Trump privately disparaged U.S. service members and veterans. Trump called fallen soldiers suckers and losers during presidency, according to 2020 report in The Atlantic. So yeah, who should I believe? The pathological liar or the 4-star general? Decisions. I don't know about you, but I sure can't wait to have Captain Bone Spurs in charge of the strongest military in the world again. Donald Trump's Bone Spur X-ray finally got released, by the way. There it is. Ah, shit, he seemed to be telling the truth that time, I guess. Anyway, what's our next story here? Okay, Trump lies about immigration stats. New statistics released by ICE in a letter to a Republican congressman this week said that there were 425,431 total convicted criminals on the non-detained docket as of July 21st, 2024, including 13,099 people with homicide convictions. So, naturally, Trump immediately decided to take those numbers and use them to start spewing lies at his rallies. And on his fake-failing Twitter app, falsely claiming all those immigrants came over in the last 4 years, despite those numbers actually representing decades worth of immigrants, including people that crossed the border during his administration.
Some of them are murderers, some of them are drug dealers, some of them, many of them. 13,099 murderers came into our country during their 3.5, and we're missing $1 billion they gave them to the migrants that came in, and
So, yeah, just took that number and decided to use it to spew more fucking lies like he always does. But back here in the real world, anybody that cares enough to look can see the real stats for themselves, so CNN's Dan Dale decided to do a quick fact check. You know that thing that Republicans are terrified of these days? Fact check. To Harris, Trump falsely describes new stats on immigrants and homicide. Facts first. Trump's claims are false in two big ways. First, the statistics he's referring to are not specifically about people who entered the country during the Biden-Harris administration. Rather, those statistics are about non-citizens who entered the country under any administration, including Trump's. Were convicted of a crime at some point, usually in the United States after their arrival, and are now living in the U.S. while being listed on Immigration and Customs Enforcement's non-detained docket, where some have been listed for years, including while Trump was president, because their country of citizenship won't let the U.S. deport them back there. Second, the ICE non-detained list includes people who are serving jail and prison sentences for their crimes. They are on the list because they are not being held in immigration detention in particular. It does not mean they're roaming around free in the country. Trump's been lying so often recently that it's actually hard to pick out the few times when he isn't lying, since they're becoming so few and far between. Which may explain why he and JD seem to be so terrified of going anywhere that they might get fact-checked.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you.
Margaret, the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact-check.
You said you weren't gonna fact-check. Jesus. This fear of facts recently culminated in Trump bailing on another debate with Kamala and pulling out of an interview with 60 Minutes that he had already agreed to. There's a live picture of him pulling out of the debate. But luckily, 60 Minutes didn't let him off the hook that easily and called him out in the opening segment of Kamala's interview.
Then, a week ago, Trump backed out. The campaign offered shifting explanations. First, it complained that we would fact-check the interview. We fact-check every story. Later, Trump said he needed an apology for his interview in 2020. Trump claims correspondent Leslie Stahl said in that interview that Hunter Biden's controversial laptop came from Russia. She never said that. Trump has said his opponent doesn't do interviews because she can't handle them. He had previously declined another debate with Harris, so tonight may have been the largest audience for the candidates between now and Election Day.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The Republican Party has gone from the facts don't care about your feelings crowd to the my feelings don't care about your facts crowd in record time. What's our next story here? Oh, Musk murders Twitter. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's proven to be real. Yes, the laptop exists, guy, but it's what's on the laptop that we're talking about. Musk murders Twitter and democracy. The world's richest moron has been having one hell of a start to the month. First, it was reported that investment firm Fidelity says that Twitter has lost 80% of its value since Elon took over and is now only worth $9.4 billion compared to the $44 billion that he paid for it. Keep in mind that this is the guy that Trump plans to put in charge of government efficiency. And by the way, Fidelity is an investor in X, so if anybody's going to tell you the real numbers, it's going to be them. Then it came out that under Captain Free Speech's leadership, account suspensions on the platform have quadrupled. Something I can personally confirm since my main account that I had since 2013 was permanently suspended mere months after the stuttering jackass took over, and 2 of my other accounts have been shadow banned. So, yeah, you know, gotta love all that free fucking speech he's bringing to the platform. Elon Musk talks a lot about free speech, but according to but account suspensions on X have skyrocketed. Yeah, no shit. As MSN reports, a new transparency report from X might surprise anyone who has heard its owner, Elon Musk, talk about the importance of free speech. Before Musk bought Twitter in 2022, the social media site would release a report twice a year detailing statistics on data requests, copyright notices, user report violations, and suspensions. The transparency reports were typically 50 pages long or more. Almost 3 years after Musk took control of the company and rebranded it X, it has finally released a new transparency report, and the results are surprising. Under Musk's leadership, X has suspended over 4 times as many accounts in the first half of 2024, 5.3 million, as Twitter ever did during similar periods, according to its transparency reports at the time. Twitter suspended almost 873,000 accounts in the last half of 2019. That number grew to about 1.3 million accounts in the latter half of 2021. And apparently, since Musk turned to the dork side, which we'll get to in a minute, he's become averse to fact-checking as the rest of his fellow maggots. Washington Examiner Homeland Security reporter Anna Giaritelli, I'm probably butchering that name, revealed when she tried to fact-check him about one of his many lies claiming Democrats are trying to register illegal immigrants to vote, he decided to block her. As she explains, Elon Musk followed me on X a couple of years ago and has shared my work and being willing to respond to DMs about stories from time to time, including a back and forth we had for a story on the Secret Service last week. Earlier this week, when I respectfully approached him via DM about his Sunday claim that Biden-Harris was fast-tracking illegal immigrants to vote and provided information showing that confirmed it was not the case, Mr. Musk unfollowed me and blocked me from DMing him and said asking him for a comment for a story via DM was inappropriate despite him being willing to engage in the past. We did reach out to one of his companies, but did not receive a response. Below is a link to our fact check on Mr. Musk's claim that Biden and Harris are flying immigrants into the U.S. and expeditiously granting them citizenship. Buried lead. It's absolutely false, though we are unable to reach Mr. Musk for comment. Yeah, that sounds like him. I encourage you to read her full article that I'll leave a link below if you want the full information here. Here are the bullet points. Yeah, so, you know, just casual reminder, sign up for the Discord, please, so I can feed myself. 1. The Biden administration is flying non-citizens directly into swing states. This is not accurate. According to information publicly available by the Department of Homeland Security, as well as a rebuttal by Aaron Richland Melnick, a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council in Washington, D.C., Melnick said Musk's claim that people seeking asylum were being speedily pushed through the process in order to get onto voter rolls on November 5th was just an outright lie. Literally none of this is true. It is pure fiction, easily disproven by even a cursory glance at publicly available information, Melnick wrote on a post on X. No asylum seekers are being flown into the country. No one is on a fast track to citizenship, especially not migrants. 2. Immigrants that are then fast-tracked for citizenship. Aside from flying into the country, more than 9 million immigrants have been encountered attempting to enter the U.S. since Joe Biden took office in January 2021. But even for immigrants who are apprehended crossing the southern border illegally and released into the U.S., becoming a registered voter is unachievable for years due to long-standing processes. The White House referred to the Washington Examiner's lengthy fact sheet from the DHS agency's U.S. Citizen and Immigration Service, the federal agency that handles asylum and immigration claims. If an immigrant comes over the border and immediately makes an asylum claim, the average amount of time for a claim to be heard and decided is 4.3 years, according to the National Immigration Forum. Once approved for asylum, the immigrant would have to wait 1 year after the approval to apply to become a lawful permanent resident, equivalent to a green card. A green card recipient still cannot vote. After obtaining a green card, the immigrant must wait 5 years before applying to become a U.S. citizen. So that's a total of over 10 years before an immigrant is able to vote. But don't try telling that to Musk or he'll block you. But facts aren't the only thing that Musk seems to have a not-so-sudden change of heart about. Remember those Starlinks that the Biden administration had already purchased to get critical communications up and running in areas affected by Hurricane Helene that Trump tried to give Elon credit for? Well, here's something you can definitely give him credit for. Musk, never one to miss out on opportunity to give himself some good PR, decided to extend an offer to everyone in the affected areas that they could get their very own Starlink free for days. But like all Musk's other promises, it turns out that it was just an outright lie, as Gizmodo reports. Elon Musk's free Starlink for Hurricane Helene victims will cost at least $400. The catch is that it's not really free at all. It really looks like much more of a glorified new customer promotion. For one, anyone interested in taking up the offer still has to pay approximately $400 for the dish itself, including shipping and tax, and they're getting automatically rolled into a $120 per month contract when the free month ends. If UPS can drive the roads to deliver someone a Starlink dish, wherever they live probably isn't damaged too severely. Considering Starlink's delivery time is quoted at 2 to 3 weeks, broadband or cellular services would be restored for these folks by then, in which case the space satellite service would be unnecessary. There's also a comical logistic issue pointed out by the Register. You need to find a data connection to even order and activate the Starlink deal in the first place. If you can get enough cellular signal to sign up now, you might wonder why you would wait weeks to be pulled into a paid-for-satellite service. So yeah, thanks for that free stuff, Elon, richest guy in the world. And if that wasn't bad enough, today we'll likely get a fresh reboot of one of his most consistent and irritating lies, full self-driving. As The Verge reports, for almost as long as he's been CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk has been bullshitting us about self-driving cars. In 2016, he said Tesla's self-driving cars were 2 years away. A year later, it was 6 months definitely, and customers would be able to actually sleep in their Teslas in 2 years. In 2018, it was still a year away and would be 200% safer than human driving. In 2019, he said there would be a feature-complete full self-driving this year. There hasn't been a year go by without Musk promising the imminent arrival of full driverless Tesla. This week, it's finally here, or at least that's what Musk says. On October 10th, yesterday, Tesla will reveal its long-awaited robo-taxi. Based on past Tesla events, don't expect Musk to follow through on all of his promises. It seems likely that we'll see a cool demo of a stylish-looking prototype, allowing Musk to claim a kind of victory for first impressions, even when the rough outlines of what he promises will barely hold up to scrutiny. The exaltations from bullish investors will give him enough cover to continue to make misleading declarations about what is and isn't autonomous, and the safety experts and competitors who try to warn about the dangers of his approach will likely be drowned out or dismissed by his most ardent fans. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what this crap actually turns out to be, since it's almost guaranteed to not do what Musk claims it can. But one thing we definitely don't need to wait to find out about is Musk's pivot to full-blown mega douchebaggery. Well, anybody that's actually been paying attention since his Twitter takeover saw this coming a mile away, since he spends all day posting and boosting the posts/lies of all the biggest right-wing dipshits on the site. He only recently came out as a full-blown Trump supporter. How it started in 2022 when he first took over. For Twitter to deserve public trust, it must be politically neutral, which effectively means upsetting the far right and the far left equally. How it's going. Just this week, headed to Pennsylvania to speak at real Donald Trump's rally in Butler. So yeah, that's politically neutral, don't you know? Despite Musk pointing out that Trump is too old to be president again during his failed bid to try and make Ron DeSantis the Republican nominee, which Musk tried to kick off in a comically glitchy Twitter space with Ron, Trump would be 82 at the end of his term, which is too old to be chief executive of anything, let alone the United States of America. If DeSantis runs against Biden in 2024, then DeSantis will easily win. He doesn't even need to campaign. Let's cut to that campaign launch that he did that went smooth as ice.
Let's see. So, we on? Yeah, I think so. Just to simplify this.
Yeah, that's not the video cutting out, by the way. That's his crappy launch cutting out. And more dead air. And more dead air.
There's 382,000.
Oh, you can hear them whispering.
All right, great. So let's see. So if we just keep crashing, huh? Yeah, I think we've got.
Ron just asked if it's going to keep crashing.
Just a massive number of people online, so it's servers are straining somewhat.
And Elon making excuses, saying the servers are straining. Yeah, that was that rock solid kickoff to Ron DeSantis' campaign. Gee, I can't imagine why it failed. But now Musk seems to be all in on the Trump train, ironically making the Trump's post about him from 2 years ago seem a lot more accurate. 2 years ago, Trump posted on his fake Twitter app, when Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all his many subsidized projects, whether it's his electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. And it seems like that was entirely accurate. And by the way, what a fucking creepy look on his face there. Jesus. So like a good little simp, Elon hopped on a plane over to Butler, Pennsylvania to go to a literal, oh my Jesus, I can't read today, to go be a literal cheerleader for Trump at his rally in the same place a Republican kid with a Trump sign in his front yard tried to assassinate him only a few months ago. Just thought I'd make that perfectly clear since Trump keeps trying to claim that Democrats are trying to kill him.
Rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
Yeah, that guy that's only 40 years old is the only reason that we can send people to space since the 1960s. Real history buff, that Donnie.
Over the past 8 years, those who want to stop us from achieving this future have slandered me, impeached me, indicted me, tried to throw me off the ballot, and who knows, maybe even tried to kill me. But I've never stopped fighting for you, and I never will. Never will.
Yeah, except that's not true, because the guy that tried to kill him was a registered Republican and had Trump signs in his front yard.
Neighbor Kelly Little had few answers for the FBI and just as many questions herself. She said until recently there were pro-Trump signs in the Crook's front yard.
There absolutely was MAGA supporting things for a while.
So yeah, seems like a real Democrat, that kid. Setting aside the glaring irony of two billionaires that literally laughed about screwing over people that work for them, trying to claim that they're looking out for the average American, something they're both currently being sued for, by the way. UAW files federal labor charges against Donald Trump and Elon Musk after threatening workers in X interview.
This cutter, I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, you know, if you look at Argentina.
Yeah, really looking out for the little guys, aren't they? Yeah, let's vote for those two billionaires. They seem like swell fellas. Musk's shameless stumping for Trump at his Butler, Pennsylvania rally has produced some of the most memeable images of the richest and cringiest man on earth that we've ever seen, and perfectly encapsulates just how pathetic this guy truly is. From the creepy look on his face during the handshake, which, my god, I can't believe this is a real photo, but like, look at this fucking guy. Just fucking look at him. What a creep. To his childlike cheerleading routine he put on behind Trump, who, by the way, I mean, judging by his face, I mean, he was just loving this idiot prancing around behind him. By the way, that's not a Photoshop. That's actually the face this idiot's making while he's jumping in the air with his hands raised like a toddler on crack. And this is a not so real photo, but I mean, it might as well be, let's be honest. Everything about this bumbling buffoon's Trump endorsement was just dripping with cringe, especially when he took the mic and declared himself not just MAGA, but dark MAGA. For those that don't know, that when you leave your MAGA in the toaster that's when you leave your MAGA in the toaster too long. Ah, butchered the fucking joke. Ah, well, whatever.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
Yeah, but Dork MAGA didn't stop there. He then went on to claim that the guy that literally called for the termination of the Constitution and tried to overthrow democracy to stay in power is somehow the only one that can preserve the Constitution and save democracy.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America.
Let's get a snapshot of him preserving the Constitution there. Yep. Allows for the termination of all rules, even those in the Constitution. December 3rd, 2022. Yep, sure sounds like he's really interested in preserving the Constitution there, Elon. And apparently being a shameless sack of shit runs in the family, because while her son was debasing himself on stage, Mommy Musk decided to chime in on Twitter and encourage Republicans to commit voter fraud. The Democrats have given us another option. You don't have to register to vote. On election day, have 10 fake names, go to 10 polling booths, and vote 10 times. That's 100 votes. It's not illegal. Maybe we should work the system too. Yeah, I hope she's being investigated for this. But old Elon hasn't stopped pushing Trump's lies and propaganda to his millions of totally real, not at all fake followers on Twitter. By the way, 70% of his followers are fucking fake. He also started funneling money to Trump's campaign, something he specifically said he wouldn't do only a few months ago. On March 6th of this year, just to be super clear, I'm not donating money to either candidate for US president. And let's check out how that's going. Musk donates to Trump, tapping fortune to swing 2024 race. Huh. How's about that? But of course, the sleazy dipshit couldn't stop there. Now he's trying to pay people, specifically in swing states, $47 each to sign up for his Trump PAC. Now, there's no rule that you have to be a registered Republican or that you even have to vote for Trump, so I would recommend that anybody in a swing state, especially Democrats, go collect some of this dumb billionaire's money, since all you have to do is share his little petition with a registered swing state voter and then go ahead and vote for Kamala anyway. So yeah, he wants you to go sign his petition. I say, go sign his petition, and then go vote for Kamala. And take his money and buy yourself something nice. Key facts. The America PAC, the pro-Trump group largely funded by Musk, on Sunday shared the petition that asked signatories to pledge support for the First and Second Amendments, but does not make any other calls to action other than promising to pay those who successfully share the petition with registered swing state voters. The payment will be issued to signatories who refer the petition to registered voters in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina by October 21st. They must also sign for the payment to be made. Musk on Sunday said the goal of the petition is to get 1 million swing state voters to sign on. So he's pissing away $47 million to people that may not even vote for Trump. So I highly recommend you guys take advantage of this if you're in one of those states, because please take this idiot's money. He has more of it than brains. Since this sack of shit billionaire is blatantly trying to manipulate you into throwing away your rights and freedoms, I highly recommend everybody take the opportunity to manipulate this moron into throwing away his money. Take that $47 and go buy yourself something nice, like one of these snazzy hats, for example. Let's make this statement a reality, shall we?
If he loses, man, what?
You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
Good. Oh yeah, and just a quick checkup on how his stock price has gone since he launched his robo-taxis yesterday. Not great. So, might not be the richest guy in the world for much longer at this rate. Good. I'll do a story on his stupid robo-taxis later. It's another stupid pile of shit that will either never exist in the real world, or much like his Hyperloop thing that turned out to just be a 1-mile tunnel for Teslas to get stuck in. Yeah, you know, this is not going to revolutionize shit. I'll definitely do a story on that later. Anyway, what's our next story here? Oh yeah, Mark Cuban is Kamala's best surrogate. But now let's take a break from this shitty billionaire and focus on one of the good ones. And no, I'm not talking about Taylor Swift, who donated $5 million recently to Hurricane Milton relief efforts. So good on her. So here's one of the many things I didn't have on my 2024 election bingo card. Turns out Mark Cuban, yes, the guy from Shark Tank, is one of Kamala's best surrogates. Because this guy has been absolutely everywhere lately, spitting out more facts than a fax machine in 1993.
Question: do billionaires create jobs? The answer is no. Entrepreneurs create jobs. I'm an entrepreneur and I do my best to create jobs. But the reality is, in order to become a billionaire, the one thing you have to have is luck. Any billionaire who tells you they could just do it again, no, you have to be lucky. Maybe you have a rich parent. Question I get asked a lot is, should billionaires pay more in taxes? Yeah, we should pay more in taxes. I would not be in this position without this country, because nothing happens that's great, whether it's healthcare, teachers, roads, you name it, without people paying their taxes. It may be painful when you write that big check, but just think about how you got there. One of the most patriotic things that you can do when you're wealthy is pay your motherfucking taxes.
Couldn't agree more. Somebody tell that to Elon. And Trump, for that matter. Here he is on Andrew Schultz's podcast explaining how Trump playing games with oil production created the massive inflation coming out of the pandemic.
So there was a point in time, because I was just reading about this, in 2020, right as the pandemic was starting. And because there was a lot of the demand for oil and gas was falling, Russia and Saudi Arabia got into a price war on oil. And the price of gas just plummeted. And a bunch of the people in the oil industry went to Donald Trump and said, you know MBS at Saudi Arabia, you know Putin, for better or worse, get them together.
And let's make this.
And let's reduce production so the price of oil goes up. Now, here's the bargain. Do you save the oil companies, or do you save all the people who are suffering from the pandemic and want to pay less for gas? And so when you and if you track it, the reduction in production of oil, they pulled back so much so that the price went up. And then over time, over the following 2 years, so that was from early 2020 to late 2022, they increased production. And when you increase production, the price of gas goes back down some. So when they were reducing production, the price of gas went like this. And that was the start of inflation. Because just like he says all the time, drill, 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 because that'll reduce the prices of everything else. Well, he literally caused the prices of everything else to start going up. So by the time he left,
the price of oil is expensive. The shipping is more expensive.
Everything is
it's
more
trickle down effect from oil.
Right.
And as a billionaire that's personally invested in over 400 businesses, there aren't too many people better equipped to understand how tariffs impact the economy. So here he is explaining how Trump's tariffs would be a nightmare for the economy and American businesses.
But to your point, right, what is it, 75% of manufacturers have under 20 employees, right? There's like 4,000 companies that have more than 5 manufacturing companies. Donald Trump is trying to come in with a hammer and say, you're the nail. I'm going to hit you with a 200% tariff, John Deere. Kamala Harris is saying, I'm going to give you incentives to manufacture more. Which do you think is going to work better with companies? Do you want to be underneath a hammer? Because when you put a 200% tariff on John Deere and only a 10 or 20% tariff on their Chinese competitors, their Chinese competitors are now less expensive than John Deere. And it's not so easy. We saw what happened with Carrier, right? When in 2016 they said, if you move down, we're going to tax you more, 35% tariff back then. And what Carrier did, they just gamed the system, right? They just fired different employees.
Mark, you argue that, and it's always good to have you, you argue that Donald Trump's are particularly, I think you used the word insane. What did you mean by that?
Yep. Well, first of all, strategic tariffs aren't bad. So if a company's trying to dump, or a country's trying to dump in the United States and we have a manufacturer there, tariff them, that's great. But across the board tariffs, 10 or 20% is just inflationary. It's a tax on the American consumer. But to make matters even worse, and what's truly insane, when you threaten a legendary company like John Deere with a 200% tariff if they move, but only a 10 or 20% tariff on China, what you're doing is you're making it easy for the Chinese competitors to take business away from John Deere. That is the definition of insane.
A lot of your business colleagues say the definition of insane is supporting Kamala Harris, yet you do. You're a smart, savvy businessman. You came from nothing to be a multi-billionaire, so you're pretty good at what you do. What do you see in her that you don't see in Donald Trump?
I think she's thorough. If you look at Donald, right, when he talks about his policies, they're very impetuous, they're impulsive, they're set to match whatever's happening at a rally. Whereas with the Harris campaign and Kamala herself, she's very, very thorough. She's very precise. Her team really vets every idea. And to me, that's important as a business person because you can trust what she says. Think about what happens when Donald comes out and says, I'm going to put a 10% cap on credit card interest rates. The next thing that happens isn't that he explains why, it's that everybody around him explains what he says. He can't explain it for himself. Everybody's got to explain for him. Or whether it's a 10 or 20 or 60% tariff, or the 200% on John Deere. With Kamala Harris, no one has to explain for her. She takes the time to vet her policies thoroughly. And when she says them and presents them, they are what they are. They're self-explanatory.
But she doesn't.
And here he is with a kick-ass analogy for Kamala that has gone way beyond beating Trump in the polls. I mean, she was literally like in the negative digits for approval rating. And in the last, what, like 2 months since July, like 3 months, she's now either tied with him in most polls or beating him in most polls.
I think what a lot of business people don't get, I look at the Harris campaign as a company and Kamala as the CEO, right? She's had, what, 45 days, 60 days to build an entire organization. And you look at the results. She went from negative favorability ratings. She went from recognition being relatively low. She went from being way behind in every single poll you looked at. And now look where she's at. Worst case, she's tied, and in many cases, she's ahead. When you're able to turn around a battleship like a presidential campaign and go from being way behind to tied or ahead, you're doing a lot right. And on the flip side, if you had what seemed like an insurmountable lead, and now you've given up that entire lead to another CEO, you're getting fired. Right? So I think that's the beautiful part of looking at what she's doing. She's run her campaign like a CEO. She's had success. And when I go to talk to business people, that's what I tell them. She's actually running her organization like a CEO. And that's the evidence that you need to know that she'll be a great leader, that she understands business, that she understands organizations, and she'll be a friend and partner to business across the board.
And even though he'd probably get farther talking to a goldfish than he would trying to explain anything to Theo Vaughn, Mark still went on his podcast and tried to explain that Don the Con's sleazy ways are so deeply ingrained in him at this point that there's no way he's changing now.
He's ripped off, I can't even tell you how many people, right? People I know, right, that he's ripped off.
I mean, there's been a lot of alleged issues with contractors.
No, I'm telling you about, I'm telling you people I know, right? He, like, Barbara Corcoran, she said something about this from Shark Tank, right? He hired her or asked her to sell a bunch of condos in a new building that he put up. And she did. Sold everything she asked. He offered her $4 million. He wouldn't pay her. She had to sue him just to get her money.
But how does somebody benefit by behaving like that? Like as a...
When that's the only way you know? I mean, he was born rich. Right? He's never had to find his, Damon John.
Oh, yeah. He's always had good hair, dude. Rich people always have clean hair, I remember.
I don't know about that, but Trump University, Trump Foundation, Trump Soho, just example after example where he ripped off hard-working Americans again and again and again. And to think all of a sudden he just changed who he is, just not the case. Like, look what he's doing fucking now, right? A mint silver coin. If you're a billionaire, right? All of a sudden you just made $1 billion. You took your company public. You put $1 billion in the bank. Are you going to be selling silver medallion coins?
What do they look like?
Does it matter?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You know what I'm talking? It's just.
Oh, is it like so? Oh, you mean like one of those
commemorative coins?
Oh, commemorative
right,
coins.
He's selling sneakers.
Oh, that's gangster, bro.
But why, if you're rich, selling sneakers, right?
Because
NFTs.
Donald also has a, he has a very.
Look at this shit.
Those
right?
fucking.
Okay, let's take a break and delete some of these bullshit comments I'm seeing here, since there's clearly a moron in my comment section. Let's ban you, because you're a moron. There we go. Okay. Anyway, on to the next story. What do we got here? Kamala calls out Trump on the border. Yup. So recently, Kamala did an interview on 60 Minutes that Trump was too scared to do. And in it, they pressed her on the border, acknowledging the fact that border crossings now are less than they were when Trump left office. They're at 56,408 now, and when Trump left office, Trump's last full month during his administration, they were at 73,994 illegal crossings. So down by a lot. So they decided to ask her why her and Biden's administration didn't do it earlier.
You recently visited the southern border and embraced President Biden's recent crackdown on asylum seekers. And that crackdown produced an almost immediate and dramatic decrease in the number of border crossings. If that's the right answer now, Why didn't your administration take those steps in 2021?
The first bill we proposed to Congress was to fix our broken immigration system, knowing that if you want to actually fix it, we need Congress to act. It was not taken up. Fast forward to a moment when a bipartisan group of members of the United States Senate, including one of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, got together, came up with a border security bill. Well, guess what happened? Donald Trump got word that this bill was afoot and could be passed, and he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem, so he told his buddies in Congress, kill the bill, don't let it move forward.
But I've been covering the border for years, and so I know this is not a problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
And apparently that made old Donald Duck a wee bit nervous, because now he's trying to claim that he had nothing to do with killing the border bill.
Make up some lies, like she said about the border bill that Trump stopped. Let me tell you, number one, I didn't stop it. The senators stopped it.
But that's not what he was saying a few months ago.
And I'll fight it all the way. I noticed a lot of the senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please.
I know how we can settle this. How about we just take a look at what those Republican senators had to say at the time, shall we?
I think the border is a very important issue for Donald Trump, and the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling.
I'm extremely disappointed in the very strange maneuvering by many on the right to torpedo a potential border reform bill. If we have a bill that, on net, significantly decreases illegal immigration, and we sabotage that, that is inconsistent with what we told our voters we would do. But it would be a pretty unacceptable dereliction of your duty.
I had a popular commentator 4 weeks ago that I talked to that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you.
But I would acknowledge President Trump failed, along with Republicans, Paul Ryan and the guys. They failed in 2018 to actually move a border security bill to tighten this so that we weren't dealing with this crisis right now. They failed to actually get the wall built. President Trump signed 12 continuing resolutions after he said he would never sign another one if they didn't give him the money to finish building the wall.
Everybody who comes on this floor and says our border's broken, we should do something about it, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, we didn't get there. President Trump opposed a Senate bill. We couldn't find a better way forward that would get 60 votes. I hate that.
Those Republican senators don't seem to be beating around the bush there, Donnie. You sure that it was them that killed it, not you lying sack of shit? Well, sorry, Trump from last week. It looks like Trump from a few months ago was telling the truth for once. Kind of strange that your senile ass can't remember what the hell you're doing from 1 month to the next, but not to worry. Kamala's here to jog that dusty old memory of yours.
In the 4 years that Donald Trump was president, he did nothing to fix our broken immigration system. He did not solve the shortage of immigration judges. He did not solve the shortage of border agents. He did not create lawful pathways into our nation. He did nothing to address an outdated asylum system and did not work with other governments in our hemisphere to deal with what clearly is also a regional challenge. As overdoses went up during his presidency, he fought to slash funding for the fight against fentanyl. And what did he do instead? Well, let's talk about that. He separated families. He ripped toddlers out of their mothers' arms, put children in cages, and tried to end protections for dreamers. He made the challenges at the border worse. And he is still fanning the flames of fear and division. And let me be clear, that is not the work of a leader. That is not the work of a leader. And that is, in fact, I think we all believe, an abdication of leadership.
Damn, Skippy, Kamala. Cammy, baby. All right, what's our next story here? Jesus. See, this is why I gotta stop taking 2-week-long breaks, because there was just so much to catch up on. Trump caught colluding with pollsters. Oh, this is a juicy one. Okay. Hey, you guys are getting a little bit bummed out looking at some of these polls lately? Kind of looks like they're leaning suspiciously far to, oh my God, why can't I read today? Kind of looks like they're leaning suspiciously far in Trump's favor, doesn't it? Yeah, this one, the right is obsessed with Polymarket for some reason. I can't scroll through Twitter for like 5 seconds without seeing that stupid shit. Well, there's something you should know about these polls. First of all, Polymarket, the right-wing's favorite poll, to plaster all over social media, isn't actually a polling website at all. It's an offshore betting website. And second, Polymarket's lead investor, to the tune of $70 million, happens to be Peter Thiel. Yes, Peter Thiel, as in the right-wing billionaire that kicked off J.D. Vance's career. J.D. Vance owes almost everything to Peter Thiel, a pro-Trump billionaire and new right ideologue. When Polymarket makes a prediction, it isn't based on any actual polling data. It's based purely on which candidate has more money riding on them. Recently, an anonymous bettor named Freddie99999 placed an almost $4 million bet on Trump to win, and a few large offshore bets then followed. Many of these bettors aren't even U.S. citizens. That's the only reason Trump's odds shifted, due to a handful of big bets, not public opinion. And you can see right down here, $3,759,676.84 bet was placed. Don't see a date for it, but it was recently. But the polling fuckery doesn't stop there. Recently, polling analysis website 538 removed Rasmussen Reports polling data from their website for being suspiciously skewed toward Republicans, as reported by the Washington Post. And now we know why. Leaked emails reveal that Rasmussen Reports had been colluding with the Trump campaign. Hi all, update on the planned battleground state surveys for self-identified illegal alien voters. The Heartland Institute gave us a fast yes, and then found that they didn't have enough in their budget to host it. We asked them to reconsider since they love this topic, trust our results, and hated saying no. We are now almost trying to convince Number USA to underwrite this same project, and they're considering it. I can barely read this; it's so small. But yeah, this is between one of the companies that the Pollster works with at Rasmussen Reports and the Trump campaign staffers. But this is far from the first time Trump's been caught rigging polls. After all, one of the juiciest nuggets revealed during Trump's recent hush money trial was that he had paid Michael Cohen to hire an IT firm called Red Finch to rig polls in Trump's favor during his first presidential run. Whoops. Cohen hired IT firm to rig early CNBC drudge polls to favor Trump. Jeff McConney testified that the Trump organization's reimbursement to Michael Cohen included $50,000 for Red Finch IT services. That testimony appears to be a reference to a payment Cohen reportedly paid to a firm that helped rig pre-election polls in Trump's favor. Which is why nobody was surprised when last year it was revealed that another poll that showed Trump and Biden in a tight race was partially funded by Trump. That big poll showing Trump and Biden are evenly matched, Trump helped pay for it. So it turns out when Trump says the polls are all rigged, he's actually telling the truth since he's the one rigging them.
They talk about suburban housewives. I believe I'm doing well. You know, the polls are all rigged. Of course, lately they have been rigged because I'm winning by so much. I don't want to say it. Disregard that statement.
Oh, this is a good one. Tina Peters gets 9 years. So last week, Republican Colorado County Clerk Tina Peters, who is a hero to election conspiracy theorists, was sentenced to 9 years for leading a data breach scheme inspired by Donald Trump's false claims that the voting fraud changed the 2020 election. Rubbing shoulders with all of the right wing's favorite election deniers, Peters is no stranger to legal trouble. Here she is with Carrie Lake and the man himself there. As in 2022, she was sued by her ex-husband for trying to steal his house out from under him. Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters is the subject of yet another lawsuit, but this time it's from her ex-husband, Thomas Peters. The lawsuit filed in Mesa County District Court in December alleges that Tina Peters, through deceit and deception, initiated a quitclaim deed to transfer ownership of a home in Spyglass Ridge neighborhood from Thomas Peters to herself. The suit says that Peters filed the deed the same day in early October that Thomas revoked her power of attorney, which he had bestowed on her for unknown reasons. So yeah, you know, stand-up gal trying to steal a guy's house out from under him. But what landed Peters in jail for the next 9 years was when she allowed access to voting systems to a supposed expert affiliated with Mike Lindell. That's right, the former crack addict and current MyPillow guy, who is also the leading proponent of Trump's election conspiracy theories. Lindell's most recent escapades included filing for bankruptcy, dressing up in a stupid disguise to sneak into the DNC, where he proceeded to get owned by a 12-year-old in a debate.
That's in your state. You want to know more in your state? So they just found 257,000 votes. This happened last week. A judge ruled in Georgia that are missing from the 2020 election.
I appear to be having audio issues here. Let me see if I can fix this without ending the stream. We'll come back to this in a second. Give me a moment, please.
All across America, it's getting harder to vote. 38 states have restrictive voter ID laws more than ever before.
All of a sudden, around the nation, we see so many restrictive voting laws.
There are tough new laws in Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, as well as many more. Hardest hit by these laws are the disabled, Black and brown voters, new citizens, and young people. Close to 15% of voting-age citizens do not have the form of ID they may need to vote this year. That's almost 35 million Americans. But there's one organization that is getting voters the ID help they need. Vote Riders, nonpartisan and free. Vote Riders aims to reach 10 million Americans before Election Day, ensuring they have a voice in our democracy. Please help us help all eligible voters. Make your tax-deductible donation today. Every vote should be counted, and every eligible American should be able to vote. Thank you. All across America, it's getting harder to vote. 38 states have restrictive voter ID laws more than ever before.
All of a sudden, around the nation, we see so many restrictive voting laws.
There are tough new laws in Arizona, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, as well as many more. Hardest hit by these laws are the disabled, Black and brown voters, new citizens, and young people. Close to 15% of voting-age citizens do not have the form of ID they may need to vote this year. That's almost 35 million Americans. But there's one organization that is getting voters the ID help they need. Vote Riders, nonpartisan and free. Vote Riders aims to reach 10 million Americans before Election Day, ensuring they have a voice in our democracy. Please help us help all eligible voters. Make your tax-deductible donation today. Every vote should be counted, and every eligible American should be...
Okay, testing. Taco Tuesday. Testicles. Okay, sounds like we're good. Alright, well, that should be the audio issues solved. I wonder how long that's been going on for, since I can't actually hear myself when I'm doing this shit. I don't know. We'll just redo the last story there. Guess that's the only way to actually, I don't know, edit this later. Boy, I guess I should get everything up and running again. Okay. So, last week, Republican Colorado County Clerk Tina Peters, who is a hero to election conspiracy theorists, was sentenced to 9 years for leading a data breach scheme inspired by Trump's false election claims that voting fraud changed the 2020 election. Rubbing shoulders with all the right wing's favorite election deniers, Peters is no stranger to legal trouble. As in 2022, she was sued by her ex-husband for trying to steal his house out from under him. Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters is the subject of yet another lawsuit, but this time it's from her ex-husband, Thomas Peters. The lawsuit, filed in Mesa County District Court in December, alleges that Tina Peters, through deceit and deception, initiated a quitclaim deed to transfer ownership of a home in the Spyglass Ridge neighborhood from Thomas Peters to herself. The suit says that Tina filed the deed the same day that oh my god, I can't read today. It's getting late. Cut me some slack here. The suit says that Tina Peters filed the deed the same day in early October that Thomas revoked her power of attorney, which he had bestowed on her for unknown reasons. But what landed Peters in jail for the next 9 years was when she allowed access to the voting system to a supposed expert affiliated with Mike Lindell. That's right, the former crack addict turned My Pillow guy, who is also a leading proponent of the Trump election conspiracy theory. Lindell's most recent escapades include filing for bankruptcy and dressing up in a stupid disguise to sneak into the DNC, where he proceeded to get owned in a debate with a 12-year-old.
That's in your state. You want to know more in your state? So they just found 257,000 votes. This happened last week. A judge ruled in Georgia that are missing from the 2020 election.
So
this just came out. You're behind. You should.
So your source is Trust Me, bro? That's your source?
The source, it's in your papers in Georgia. You need to read your news.
You haven't given me any last name.
You need to read your news. No, this is your Georgia news.
Yeah.
This is your Georgia. This is your Georgia.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a good day, sir. Let's keep walking.
I love how his disguise is just shaving his stupid mustache. As you can see, whatever this supposed expert did when they got into the voting system added an extra 200 megabytes of data to the file. It went from 18.9 gigabytes to 19.1 gigabytes. Leading up to her sentencing, Peters was anything but remorseful and bragged to the press that she thought she'd get off with a slap on the wrist.
I'll have remarks later. Thank you.
The last time we saw Tina Peters in court,
She walked out a convicted felon.
We, the jury, find the defendant Tina Peters guilty of count number 1, attempt to influence a public servant.
The jury found the former Mesa County clerk guilty of 7 of 10 counts stemming from a 2021 security breach of her election equipment. In the month and a half since the ruling, she's been anything but remorseful.
Until they either kill me or put me in prison, I'm going to keep speaking out about the injustice.
Prison could very well come tomorrow. Prosecutors say she granted conspiracy theorists illegal access to voting systems in her county as she searched for proof of voter fraud. Peters has falsely claimed that Denver-based Dominion voting systems rigged the election against Donald Trump. She's peddled unfounded lies about the 2020 election since her arrest. Trump allies like My Pillow guy Mike Lindell have helped fund her legal defense. While some of the felony charges she's been convicted of carry the potential of more than a decade in prison, the judge could also impose a far more lenient sentence. We asked Peters last year if she thought she'd spend time in prison. Even then, she never seemed to acknowledge that potential reality.
What do you think the chances are that you and or Donald Trump are in prison a year or two from now?
Well, I'll tell you, if I thought I was going to prison, I would probably be on the beach somewhere, but relaxing. It's just like with Donald Trump's indictment. My indictment has nothing to do with the facts.
Well, facts are you're going to be spending the next 9 years in jail, honey. While arguing with the judge during the trial likely didn't help Flander a lighter sentence, you gotta love the prosecutor who decided to remind the judge that he missed a charge while tallying up her sentence, which added an extra 15 months onto it.
In the machine, whatever it tabulates is whatever it tabulates.
No, it doesn't. It changes.
You're not letting me finish.
Okay,
whatever
please.
it tabulates is whatever it tabulates. My hand vote, my ballot remains the same. They counted those ballots. Did they not?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Did they count the ballots?
No, the ballot images were changed, and that's what the total shows. Okay, I'll move off of this because I can see that I would encourage to read the report number 3.
I've read them, ma'am.
You've read all of them?
I've read those reports. They were given to me at some point, I believe.
Good, good. Well, so you know what I'm saying is true. All right, let me move on. It's not funny. My life is on the line here, Your Honor.
No, you're the one who's making this allegation that, one,
It's
I think
not
it's
an
funny,
allegation.
and two, that I know it's true. You're saying that as if I believe you, and I did not say that.
Okay.
That is why
All
I made the sound, because it's insulting to me for you to just put that in a record in front of all of these people that I believe something to be true.
Okay, and I apologize for that, Your Honor. That wasn't my intent. I do apologize for that.
Anything I missed? Anything else we need to address?
Judge, I think you missed a sentencing on count 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 6 is criminal impersonation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the Department of Corrections.
And the cost
So it's 8.5 years total, plus the 6 months for.
Gotta love that prosecutor just helping out there. Hey, Judge, I think you missed one over there. But one interesting little nugget that appears to have gone unnoticed is that Peters claimed that the Colorado State Rep Lauren Bobo the Clown Boebert encouraged her to breach the voting system. Colorado clerk charged with 10 voting crimes. Lauren Boebert encouraged me to breach voting system. A claim seemingly corroborated by a social media post from America's Mom, Sharona Bishop, after Peters' sentencing. She did not act independently. She communicated with Congresswoman Lauren Boebert before the images were made. Boebert was updated on all the events that would take place and had a meeting with Conan Hayes after the images were done. She told Clerk Peters, "You get 'em, girl. I have your back." Now, I'm not entirely sure how much I buy anything this woman says, because if you read the rest of this message, this woman is clearly batshit fucking insane. But she says she's not running cover for anyone anymore, so she may know something. But, take that with a grain of salt or a box of salt, depending on how crazy you want to consider her. No word yet on whether or not Bobo could face charges in connection with the breach, so in the meantime, I guess we'll just have to settle for the body cam footage of Tina's arrest to get our daily dose of Schadenfreude.
Okay, Randy, put your cup down and turn around. Ma'am?
No. Let go of me. You let go of me. Let go of me. Let go of me. Let go of me. Oh, no. Let go of me. Go. It hurts. Let go of me. Give me my
Do not hit. Do you understand?
Stop it! No, let go of me! Yes, you are, Caleb! Give me my key to my car! Give me my key to my car! Give me my key to my car! Give it to me! Give me my key!
Stay out of here. Step outside for me, please.
Take my purse! Let go of me! You're hurting me! And I'm going to show all the bruises that you put on me.
If you're not going to cooperate, you'll be charged with obstruction.
You think that's ever worked? Like the 90th time somebody yells, "Let go of me," they go, "Oh, you want to be let go? Okay. Oh, sorry. Why didn't you say so earlier?"
Let go of me!
Okay, what else we got here? Oh yeah, Jeremy Kauffman is a piece of shit. Hey, remember that guy, that was found hiding on Trump's golf course waiting to try and assassinate him? Well, you also might remember that in the aftermath, there was a wave of morons, Elon Musk included, suggesting that someone should try and assassinate Kamala Harris. There's Elon's, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden-Harris. He says. Now, Musk has since deleted the tweet and clarified that he was only joking, something he doubled down on in a recent interview with Tucker Carlson.
Which is like nobody's even bothering to try to kill Kamala because it's pointless. What do you achieve? Nothing.
No, it's totally
just find
right.
another puppet.
Exactly. That's.
It's no.
Ha ha ha! Isn't it super funny? Ha ha ha! Nobody's trying to kill a presidential candidate. Ha 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 ha! Don't you get the joke? Guy's a real comedian. Anyway, among the other super funny jokes, was this one from the head of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. Anyone who murders Kamala Harris would be an American hero. Well, that led to the author of that tweet, a guy named Jeffrey Kauffman, getting a visit from the FBI. Where after refusing to stop recording them, the dipshit acted all triumphant because the agents didn't want to willingly dox themselves to a bunch of crazy assholes online. Oops, that's not the right one. Here we go.
Hey, how can I help you? Yeah.
How are you?
Who are you?
I'm Agent O'Donnell with the FBI.
Can you give your full name, please?
I'm Agent O'Donnell with the FBI.
Is that sufficient to identify as the only one O'Donnell affiliated with the FBI?
In New Hampshire, yes.
Could you please state your full name, sir?
Could you please stop recording?
No. It's First Amendment right.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Could you stop recording, please?
Absolutely not. You can show me your name and identification, or I'm going to go back inside my house.
I don't really want to broadcast my.
Oh, this is going out right after you guys walk away.
So that's why I'm not going to.
So you can show me your name or ID, you can walk away.
We just want to talk about something.
I'm not going to talk to people who claim to be federal agents unless they can show me identification.
Okay, well, you see our badges.
I need to see. Is your full name on that badge?
No.
I'd like to see something with your full name, or I'm not going to talk to you.
I prefer you not to broadcast it.
This will be going online as soon as you walk away.
Well, all I want to do is talk to you about a post that was made, and if you
Well,
happen to be the one that made the
I want to talk to you about you guys coming here.
God, this guy is so hateable, I can't even finish this entire video. But, yeah, guy's an absolute douchebag, as you can tell there. Gee, I wonder why, with how batshit crazy insane Trump supporters are these days, that they didn't want to broadcast their full names and address on the internet to whoever the hell is watching his stream. It's a real mystery there. Well, recently, Jeremy, being the stand-up fella that he is, decided to repost some shit from libs of TikTok, so right off the bat there's a 99% chance that it's not even true, about a transgender high school student whose father was arrested on child porn charges. But what's more interesting than the post itself was one of the replies to it. Right-wing Cope said, "Hey, Jeremy, why did you solicit oral sex from an underage boy and then defend yourself by saying libertarians don't believe in a federal age of consent?" In response to our member making it clear that he was in fact a minor and the illicit sexual advances of Mr. Kauffman was unwanted, Mr. Kauffman responds, "Libertarians don't believe in a federal age of consent." He then shares the member's original tweet to make additional lewd remarks. "If you're mature enough to participate in the decision of who rules me, you're mature enough to suck my cock." But I'm not one to jump to conclusions, and I'm sure a swell fella like Jeremy probably has a perfectly reasonable explanation, so let's hear him out. Oh, look at that. Huh. I guess not. So yeah, it turns out that the guy that seemed like a real piece of shit is actually a real piece of shit. I don't know about you, but I for one am shocked. Just so shocked. And, what's our next story here? Oh yeah, Jill Stein is a spoiler candidate. Okay, so for now, let's just ignore the very obvious fact that Jill Stein is bought and paid for by Putin, since, that's pretty much the common knowledge at this point. You can feel free to watch the insane clip below, where she flat out refuses multiple times to call him a war criminal. Even though she's literally sitting at a table with him there. I mean, like, you know how hard it is to get close to that? Actually, you know what? Let's watch it again.
We looked at your social media, and you haven't done that many posts specifically calling out Russian attacks on civilian areas. You haven't called Vladimir Putin a war criminal, but you have called Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
No, actually we did.
Yeah.
In my very first remarks about the Ukraine war, we condemned...
Vladimir Putin's a war criminal in your view.
Yes, we did
and Bashar al-Assad's a war criminal.
Yes, in so many words. Yes, we have said as much.
So you called Netanyahu one, which I think he is.
Oh, absolutely.
But is Putin a war criminal?
So what we said about Putin was that his invasion of Ukraine is criminal. It's a criminal and murderous war.
And he's a war criminal who should be on trial.
Well, by implication.
You're struggling here to say something very simple. This is why people have their doubts about you in Russia.
Well,
why is Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal but not Vladimir Putin?
Well, as John F. Kennedy said, we must not be afraid to, we must not negotiate out of fear, and we must not fear to negotiate. So if you want to be an effective world leader, you don't start by name-calling and hurling epithets.
So how will President Stein negotiate with Israel then if you've called Netanyahu a war criminal?
Well, because he very clearly is a war
criminal. So Putin
criminal.
clearly isn't a war criminal.
Well, we don't have a decision, put it this way, by the International Criminal Court.
Yes, we do. Yes, actually,
actually
you're wrong. There's an arrest warrant for Putin. There isn't yet an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. So why is Putin not a war criminal, but Netanyahu is?
Yeah.
I think they both are. You don't.
Let me say this. We are sponsoring that war. We are sponsoring Netanyahu.
That's our war.
He is our dog in this fight. That is why we have a responsibility.
No disagreement
to
from
pull
me at
him
all.
back.
But that does not answer my question.
With Russia, it's
whether
far
we
more
sponsor them or not
complicated.
is irrelevant. Either you're a war criminal or you're not. Is
Actually,
Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
In so many words, yes, he is.
I don't know what so many words are. Butch, is Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
Let me say that whatever you think he is, if you want to pull him back...
It doesn't matter what I think. I'm asking what you think. You're running for president.
If you are a world leader, you don't begin your conversation by calling someone a war criminal unless
So why
you
have you called Biden and Netanyahu war criminals?
Because we have a clear strategy, and we have a
any
very
sense to me.
strong support.
Because she's not being paid by Biden or Netanyahu. She's being paid by Putin. But much like her Russian counterparts, it's become increasingly obvious that she's doing everything she can to get Trump elected. Oh yeah, and pocket a fat wad of cash in the process. After all, that's literally all she does these days. Show up every 4 years to grift morons out of their donations to fund a bid for president that she knows damn well she won't win, and then scurries off with everybody's money to live her in her multi-million-dollar lifestyle for the next 4 years. After all, she raised $7 million in 2016's election recount and was spending it years later. But this time around, they're not even trying to hide what their end goal is.
The Green Party literally just admitted their game. The following is video from an event that they held immediately before Dr. Jill Stein walked out on stage.
We need to be clear about what our goals are. We are not in a position to win the White House.
So this is bad enough, right? Like, they're already just admitting they have no chance of winning, but watch this.
But we do have a real opportunity to win something historic. We could deny Kamala Harris the state of Michigan.
And the best part, look what reaction it gets. They just try to help Republicans. They know that's what they're doing. They like it. You should not treat these people any different from Trump voters. They share the same end goal, get Donald Trump elected. That is their purpose.
That's the entire plan. Just suck enough votes from Kamala and swing states to secure a Trump victory in the Electoral College, just like she did with Hillary in 2016. There's Trump's margin of victory over Clinton, and there's Jill Stein's vote tally there. 1.7% to 0.23% in Michigan, 0.8 to 0.7 in Pennsylvania, 1.4 in Wisconsin to 0.77 total. Yeah, literally a spoiler. Now, Stein's logic behind this is pretty simple. The Green Party supporters are mainly comprised of uninformed progressive college kids with little to no understanding of geopolitics, which makes it really easy for her to throw on a turban, trot out there, and spit out some bullshit slogans about how the corporate war machine is the reason that they can't afford rent, so she can manipulate these kids out of their lunch money, and more importantly, their votes.
Endless war machine that's using up half of our congressional budget. A full 50% of that budget is being spent on the war machine, including much of it to Israel. And that war machine.
The Green Party supporters' logic is equally simple, but more misguided. See, because of their severe lack of understanding of geopolitics, they're under the impression that the current two-party system is funded by / funding a series of never-ending wars in the Middle East and abroad. So the way they see it, the situation, particularly in Gaza, can't get any worse under a Trump administration than it is right now. This is blatantly not true for a variety of different reasons. The first being that the majority of their grievances with what's happening in Gaza are a direct result of Bibi Netanyahu, not the Biden-Harris administration, who have tried multiple times to arrange a ceasefire in the region and work toward a two-state solution.
Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plans?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. Thank you.
So let me say, I have been clear. Now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the hostage deal done.
The second reason being that Trump has made it crystal clear that he can't wait for Israel to wipe Gaza off the map entirely, and his son-in-law can't wait to fill that void in the map with beachfront property.
Under no circumstances shall we bring thousands of refugees from Hamas-controlled terrorist epicenters like Gaza to America. We just can't do it. It's here at home. I will ban refugee resettlement from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip. We will restore the travel ban, some people call it the Trump travel ban, and keep the radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. So, number one, they have to finish the job. Israel has to finish that job. They have to finish it quickly, strongly, and they have to get back to life again because it's taking too long. They have to finish the job.
You're saying go in, win, and finish.
You gotta win. Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good. But they don't have the backing. Even Schumer has become like a Palestinian. Chuck Schumer, Jewish, always strong for Israel. He's become like a Palestinian. We will remove the jihadist sympathizers and Jew haters. We're going to remove the Jew haters who do nothing to help our country. They only want to destroy our country. And we will never let
as waterfront property. It could be very valuable to if people would focus on kind of building up livelihood. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but I think from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up. I think proactively recognizing a Palestinian state would essentially be rewarding an act of terror that was perpetrated into Israel. So it's a super bad idea.
But back to Jill Stein. Now she knows she can't fund the next 4 years of her life solely on the lunch money she gets from college kids, which is why she cozies up to her billionaire buddies Trump and Putin that see her as a useful tool that they can use for their end goals. Which is why she's been trying to align herself with Trump allies and even appearing on MAGA podcasts saying that she would consider pardoning the Jan 6 rioters.
The next question I have here is about January 6th. I'm going to read it because it's kind of a loaded question. Protesters from January 6th have received a combined total of nearly 850 years worth of prison sentences. Individuals like Zach Reel, Joe Biggs, Stuart Rhodes, and Enrique Otario received the longest sentences, ranging from 15 to 22 years. Those are longer than the 4 people who got term sentences at the Nuremberg trials. So my question for you is, why should they serve longer sentences than actual Nazis? And as president, would you commute or not, if not completely pardon all nonviolent January 6 protesters? That was kind of a loaded question there.
Yeah, I guess I would have to look more carefully at their actual charges. When I look at January 6th, it was dangerous. People broke laws. They should be held accountable for breaking laws. But whether the sentences were reasonable, I would have to dive more into the weeds than I have done. In the big scheme, I see a lot around January 6th as being blown up for political reasons.
And that's also why there's no shortage of stories linking her directly to the Trump campaign, like this one from the New York Times. In 2016, a billionaire backer of Trump, Bernie Marcus, provided support to Jill Stein, the Green candidate, according to people with knowledge of the strategy who said the effort was done with knowledge of some officials from the Trump campaign. How Republicans are trying to use the Green Party to their advantage. Republican efforts to aid the Green Party are not new. In 2016, a billionaire backer of President Trump, Bernie Marcus, the co-founder of Home Depot, provided support to Jill Stein, the Green candidate, according to people with knowledge of the strategy, who said the effort was done with knowledge of some officials at the Trump campaign and its chairman at the time, Paul Manafort. Mr. Manafort was subsequently convicted on 8 counts in unrelated financial fraud trial. Mr. Marcus donated more than $7 million to groups supporting Mr. Trump in 2016. His stalwart backing of Mr. Trump was previously led to calls to boycott Home Depot. Mr. Marcus retired more than a decade ago. But it seems like the tides may be starting to turn for old Jill the Shill, since less than a month out from the election, her base is starting to realize that things would be way worse for them in Palestine under a Trump administration, as the New York Times reports. Pro-Palestinian uncommitted group comes out firmly against Trump. Uncommitted, the national group of Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, and Palestinian rights activists that emerged from primary season voters protesting President Biden's Middle East policy, took a big step Tuesday towards encouraging supporters to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. In the video, Miss Zidane, a Palestinian American, bluntly said a second term for former President Donald J. Trump would be worse than a Harris victory. She detailed how Mr. Trump tilted U.S. foreign policy strongly toward the Israeli government in his first term and floated plans that effectively dismantled any pathway to Palestinian self-determination. The video takes particular aim at Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation blueprint for a Republican presidency that was crafted in part with allies of Mr. Trump, who has tried to distance himself from the proposals, which include eliminating humanitarian aid to Gaza and the West Bank while stifling pro-Palestinian protests at home. The video includes clips of David Friedman, Mr. Trump's former ambassador to Israel, and Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who have proposed expulsions from Gaza and annexation of the occupied territories by Israel. It also shows a top Trump donor, Miriam Adelson, promising that the former president would pursue the Israeli far right's policy aims without regarding the world opinion. So although she'll likely never be held accountable for blatantly trying to sell her own country down the river just to make a quick buck, we can at least enjoy her getting called out for being a horrendous leader of her party by AOC of all people.
What I have a problem with is the fact that if you are running for president, you are the de facto leader of your party. And first of all, trust me on this. I run as a third-party candidate in New York. I'm also run as a working families party candidate in addition to running as a Democrat. Because trust me, I've been on record that about my criticisms of a two-party system. So this is not about that. But you are the leader of your party. And if you run for years and years and years and years and years in a row, and your party has not grown, and you don't add city council seats, and you don't add down ballot candidates, and you don't add state electeds, that's bad leadership. And that to me is what's upsetting. Because if you have been your party's nominee for 12 years in a row, 4 years ago and 4 years before that and 4 years before that, and you cannot grow your movement pretty much at all and can't pursue any successful strategy, and all you do is show up once every 4 years to speak to people who are justifiably pissed off, but you're just showing up once every 4 years to do that, you're not serious. You're not to me, it does not read as authentic. It reads as predatory. I'm sorry. I'm just saying it. Because as a person, I endorse working families party candidates. I endorse DSA candidates. I take risks, and I endorse even in primaries against Democrats when it's merited. What does this person do to grow power for the...
Yeah, I can't disagree with anything there. And the fact that Jill's a shitty leader was hammered home on the Breakfast Club, where things got a bit heated.
In 2002, you ran for governor of Massachusetts and you lost. In 2004, you ran for state representative in Massachusetts and you lost. In 2006, you ran for secretary of the Commonwealth. You also lost. In 2010, you ran for governor again, this time against the first black governor in Massachusetts, Deval Patrick. You lost. In 2012, you ran against this country's first black president and you got just less than 0.5% of total votes cast. In 2016, you ran against Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, losing significantly with 1.4 million votes cast for you, but 0 electoral college votes, which I agree with y'all needs to be abolished. But 136 million people voted, and you lost that election as well. So I want to know what the pathway to victory is for you in 2024. It can't just be...
Now, this is the framing of the empire and the oligarchy and white supremacy and colonialism, which wants you to feel that resistance is futile. This is about voter blaming and voter shaming.
Let me just No. What you're not going to say is that I'm ever parroting anything at the hands of white supremacy. This is something that's very different. This is me asking you again. It's a binary
well, I'm
choice
just
in an
pointing
election.
out that these
it is
are
either
the talking
a win
points.
or a lie. No,
these
it's not
are
a
the
talking
same
point.
talking points
no,
that the
I didn't get my
DNC
talking.
uses.
This is not DNC talking points. This is my research, and sadly for you, the research says you have never won an election. You have been successful in pushing forward certain agendas. As an advocate, but you have never won an election as a candidate.
We are the one
is that a
party.
winning strategy?
So, in order to win, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, and in this case, it's many steps. Let me point out. Let me point out, please. You need to compare the Green Party not with those who are taking money from AIPAC and the War Machine and Wall Street. You've got to compare us. Excuse me.
So it seems like all we can do at this point is take solace in the fact that in 3 more weeks we won't have to hear the name Jill Stein for about another 4 years when she crawls out of her hole in the woods to be a spoiler candidate in the next election. Okay, what's our next story here? I guess that's it for the big ones. Let's go down to let's go to some more lighthearted stuff here. Let's take a look at Trump's old mental decline. Remember when they were going after Biden for being too old to be president? And now I haven't heard a peep about Donald Trump, despite him being absolutely batshit senile. Let's watch him just blatantly short circuit here and not even say words.
Heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat
Will rebedoot And then Trump brags about not needing a teleprompter while standing in front of 2 teleprompters.
Isn't it nice, by the way, to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter? Isn't it nice? Because a lot of
Trump's brain is mush, episode 5 billion.
I think. I'm always thinking. Do you ever do that? You're sweating and you're thinking and you're trying to figure out how to beat this one, that. Look, I think I just learned the secret. Look, we will, look, they put an eighth of a pound transgender insanity. Evangelical, Midwestern, the Midwestern peace truth. But that's what she worked at McDonald's. I call her Lion Camera. I wear it. It's true.
It is true. It is very true, Donald. It's very, very true. Trump thinks Operation Desert Storm was in Vietnam. I think this was when he was president.
Vietnam. They delivered a swift and sweeping, that sweeping. It was swift and it was sweeping like nobody's ever seen anything happen. A victory in Operation Desert Storm. A lot of you were involved in that.
Yeah, and I bet they're wondering what the hell you're talking about. Desert Storm was not in Vietnam. This guy doesn't drink, believe it or not. Watch this shit.
Kamala, nobody knows her as Harris. You ever use the name Harris? Say Harris. Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about when I say Harris. It's true. You say Harris, they don't know who the hell I'm talking about. So I won't bother with the Harris. It's a nice name. I know a couple of people named Harris. It's that, but with her, you say Harris. They say, who is that? So we say Kamala. But it's bad time. She's incompetent. Have you seen her?
Tell me he doesn't sound fucking sloshed there. I mean, what are we doing? This guy doesn't drink?
Elon Musk gave his total endorsement. Elon, he gave me the greatest, beautiful, most beautiful. He said, we're not going to have a country left if Trump doesn't get in. And you know what I'm going to let Elon do, unless you people disagree, I'm going to get unless you people disagree. And you know what I'm going to let Elon do, unless you people disagree, I'm going to get Elon, and he's great at this. He's going to be our cost cutter. I think he could save trillions.
Yeah, the guy that lost 80% of Twitter's value in 2 years. He'll be the cost cutter, all right. He'll cut the cost of buying the US down by 80% in 2 years. Which I'm sure he'll then turn around and sell to Putin if he ever gets back into office. Trump thinks kids are switching genders on their lunch breaks.
Can you imagine that your child leaves for school and comes home and their gender has been changed? I don't want to get into the details, but it's not even believable.
Yeah, it is not believable because it's not happening. It's not believable like most of the shit you say. Trump doesn't know what the Congo is.
These people are among the worst in the world. They come from the Congo in Africa. Many people from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but they come out of jails in the Congo. You know, they're letting their jail population come into the United States. Their jails are being emptied into the United States. Their gang members are being taken out of Caracas, Venezuela, and lots of other places, which was a rough city, very dangerous city. And they're being delivered into the United States. They're gang members. And these are tough gang members. You see what's happening in Aurora.
Trump thinks most people don't know what a phone app is.
Immigrants, they have a phone app so that people can come into our country. These are smart immigrants, I guess, because most people don't have any idea what the hell a phone app is. But they do. These are very intelligent immigrants. But you know who they
Trump, you'll have a secretary and a secretary.
I figure we'll have like one person plus a secretary. You'll have a secretary and a secretary. We'll have one person plus a secretary, and all the person has to do is, are you teaching English? Are you teaching arithmetic? What are you doing? Reading, writing, and arithmetic. And are you not teaching woke? Not teaching woke is a very big factor. But we'll have a very small staff. We can occupy that staff right in this room, actually. I think this room is too large. And all they're going to do is they're going to see that the basics are taken care of. You know, we don't want to have somebody get crazy and start teaching a language that we don't want them to teach. But we'll do something with education.
Trump speaks at a 4th grade level, lowest of last 15 presidents, new analysis finds.
I insult her intelligence.
Well, I have to do that. Well, I don't think she's a very bright person. I do feel that. I mean, I think that's right. I think I am a very bright person. And a lot of people say that. I don't think she's a very bright person. And you know what? Our country needs a very smart person. And I don't think she's a very smart person. So I'm not looking to, I don't consider that an insult. That's just a fact.
Yeah, you know all those smart people that repeat themselves 50 fucking times in a row? She's not a smart person. She's not a bright person. She's not a bright person. She's not a smart person. I'm a smart person. Oh, yeah, you sound like a real genius there, guy. Trump's Brainish Mush, episode 6 billion.
I want to close up Department of Education. So stupid. Stupid face. Stupid people. Such stupid things. We've endorsed JP, right? J.D. Mandel since this whole scam started. Think of it, a new branch of the United States military, United States Armed Forces, called Air Force. I never talked about that. Of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? And what we saw at Pleasure, what a name right now. But what we just saw, we just left Pleasure. Paradise. One of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. By the way, they never report the crowd on January 6th. You know, Nikki Haley, because of lots of things, like Nikki Haley, we would be in World War II.
Jesus. Yeah, and can we talk about what's going on with his makeup these days? I mean, like, he used to only miss the ears. Now he's missing, like, half his face. It looks like he's literally wearing blackface. Like, what is this? Like, there's no way that's sprayed on. That's gotta be, like, he's got to be smearing that shit on like every day, like the Joker. I mean, like, there's just no way it can be like so many different shades. Like, it's always a different, like, some days it's darker, and then the next day it'll be lighter, and then the next day after that it'll be darker again, and it's always in different areas. Like, guy's nuts. I wonder why this clearly senile, fat 78-year-old that lives on a diet of McDonald's and never exercises refuses to release his medical records. Trump faces fresh uproar over refusal to release medical records. In 2024, days before becoming the official Republican presidential nominee for the third time, he was grazed by a would-be assassin's bullet, yet his campaign did not hold a briefing on his condition, didn't release hospital medical records, or make the emergency physicians who treated him available for interview. Now, just over a month from an election that could make Mr. Trump 78 the oldest person ever to serve as president, 82 years, 7 months, and 6 days, when his term would end in January 2029, he is refusing to release even the most basic information about his health. Well, you can surmise some information about his health from the picture there. And you'll notice that he doesn't wear the makeup when he golfs, probably because he sweats profusely, but God, does he need that, whatever the hell it is he smears on his face. It really does actually make him look younger. The second you see him without it, it's just like, eesh. Trump talks shit about Detroit in Detroit.
Talking about today is high on her list. The whole country is going to be like, you want to know the truth? It'll be like Detroit. Our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president. You're going to have a mess on your hands.
This isn't mental decline or being senile. This is just plain insane.
This isn't like Elon with his rocket ships that land within 12 inches on the moon where they wanted to land. Or he gets the engines back. That was the first I realized. I said, who the hell did that? I saw engines about 3-4 years ago. These things were coming, cylinders, no wings, no nothing. And they're coming down very slowly, landing on a raft in the middle of the ocean someplace with a circle. Boom. Reminded me of the Biden circles that he used to have, right? He'd have 8 circles and he couldn't fill them up. But then I heard he beat us with the popular vote. I don't know. Couldn't fill up the 8 circles. I always loved those circles. They were so beautiful. They were so beautiful to look at. In fact, the person that did them, that was the best thing about the level of that circle was great. But they couldn't get people, so they used to have the press stand in those circles because they couldn't get the people. Then I heard we lost. Oh, we lost. No, we're never going to let that happen again. But we've been abused by other countries.
Like, Jesus. Somebody come collect Grandpa. Like, what? Okay, he starts off talking about Elon's boosters that can land themselves. Okay, nobody's talking about there. And then he just starts talking about 8 circles. What 8 circles? Biden's 8 circles. And then he's like, and then he lost the popular vote. What does that have to do with 8 circles? And then, like, he's insane. This is beyond senile. This isn't. Anyway, is that it for the guy losing his mind for this week? Okay. Then what do we got? Oh yeah, then he endorsed The Purge earlier this week. That was a fun little development. The guy that's always talking about the left's violent rhetoric.
Out that the 950 is a misnomer because you can steal whatever you want, you can go way above. But you'd see, originally you saw kids walk in with calculators. They were calculating. They didn't want to go over the $950. They're standing with calculators, adding it up. You know, these are smart people. They're not so stupid, but they have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge, Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, He's a great congressman. Would you say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them. Don't touch them. Let them rob your store. Let all these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent. Then the city doesn't have money. It's a chain of events that's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out, and it will end immediately. End immediately. You know, it'll end immediately.
Yeah, that's literally the plot to the movie The Purge. Except it's even worse because it's only cops that would be allowed to do it, according to him. So, like, look at the shit they try to do now without purge rules, and now they can literally do whatever they want for a day or an hour. Yeah, I'm sure that'll work out great for everybody. What's this? Yeah, oh yeah. Conservatives, stop calling Trump a fascist. He's only said he would be a dictator for one day. You're exaggerating and putting him in danger. Conservatives 10 seconds later. Kamala Harris is literally the beast of earth and son of Satan who will bring about the apocalypse. Yup, that pretty much sums it up. I mean, they're shameless hypocrites these days. Shameless. Oh yeah, and Springfield, Ohio residents are getting awful sick of the, batshit crazy racist that, Trump has, sicked upon their town lately.
Hate has no home here! Haitians have no home here! Hate has no home here! We don't want you here! Let them know! Springfield is about love!
That's
we
it!
We love our people, all people! All
That's
people!
It.
Love this town! Get out! Leave us alone! Leave us alone! America first! America first! America first! America first! Here! Love! No hate! Love! No hate! Love! No hate! Love! No hate!
I love you, baby!
America first!
America first!
America first! America first! America first! America first! America first!
In Ohio. Haiti's nowhere near Springfield. It's not even part of the United States of America.
Yeah, gotta love, these guys are just so determined to spread their message, but, not determined enough to show their fucking face. What else we got here? What else we got here? Oh, random news. Okay. What do we got? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. On Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday, Trump decided to mock him. Because, you know, that's the kind of classy guy he is. Oh, yeah. This was 5 years. Here, see if you can spot the difference here between, Trump from 5 years ago and Kamala Harris today. Okay, she comes down there, smooth as ice, in heels, by the way. And Trump 5 years younger than he is today. Right, but Biden's too old. Yep. Biden's too old. Definitely not that guy. Oh yeah, Rudy Giuliani's daughter endorsed Kamala Harris recently. Donald Trump took my dad from me. Please don't let him take our country too. Caroline Giuliani. And let's get a live reaction from Rudy there. There we go. And, yeah, oh, speaking of Rudy, he's been officially disbarred in D.C. for his attempts to subvert the 2020 election. This is following him being disbarred in New York back in July for the same reasons and being ordered to pay former Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss $148 million for making up lies about them following the 2020 election. And another live shot. There we go. Seems to be enjoying himself. I'd probably make that face too if I had to pay somebody $148 million, but I wouldn't be in that situation since I'm not a fucking liar. Isn't there another Rudy story in here somewhere? Oh yeah, there it is. And in more bad news for Rudy, it was revealed last week that he accidentally texted his plans to steal the election to the wrong number. In a filing unsealed by U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is overseeing Trump's federal election subversion case. Another live shot when he realized he sent it to the wrong number there. Giuliani texted his plan to steal the election to the wrong number. According to the filing, Giuliani, who was leading Trump's legal team, texted the wrong number when he was attempting to pressure a GOP leader in Michigan to use the state legislature to overturn valid election results. So I need you to pass a joint resolution from the Michigan legislature that states that the election is in dispute. There's an ongoing investigation by the legislature, and the electors sent by Governor Whitmer are not the official electors of the state of Michigan and do not fall within the safe harbor deadline of December 8th under Michigan law, Giuliani wrote in a text message on December 7th. Prosecutors say the message failed to go through because Giuliani typed in the wrong number. President Joe Biden flipped the state of Michigan in 2020, defeating Trump by 2.8 percentage points. What else we got here? Broke the good word. And you're banned. Get fucked. Hey, you guys remember when Republicans were all up in arms about Hunter Biden's laptop that they super duper pinky swear proved that Hunter got millions of from Ukraine by using his father's influence? And then their amazing evidence for this was a Chinese spy, a whistleblower that they can't find, and a guy that had to give his testimony by Zoom call since he was currently serving time in prison. Well, you'll probably be shocked to hear that those same Republicans don't seem to give a rat's ass about a new report that Jared Kushner got $115 million from the Saudis for running the $2 billion investment fund they set up for him, despite making zero profits in the last 3 years. For context, the S&P 500 has risen 54.4% during that same time frame. So either he's wildly incompetent or it's a blatant political payoff. Missing witness who accuses Biden of China corruption charged with being a Chinese agent. Whoops. And there's their guy giving his testimony from prison.
In the past 18 months, Republicans have gathered 3.8 million documents and 80 hours of witness testimonies on a baseless inquiry against President Joe Biden. But now that Joe Biden is not running for president, they've ended their political impeachment stunt. Now, the investigation that we should be focusing on is Jared Kushner and his $2 billion from the Saudis just months after leaving the Trump White House. Now, new reporting today from the New York Times has noted that Jared Kushner collected $112 million in fees, but hasn't made a single dime for the Saudis through this fund. Now, we don't know if the Saudis expected profits or if they just wanted to reward Jared for his service. This $2 billion payment for this investment fund represents the reward of sitting next to former President Trump and pushing for pro-Saudi policies. During his time in the White House, Mr. Kushner consistently ignored the recommendations of top foreign policy experts at the State Department and even ignored the warnings of Trump's own Secretary of State. These conflicts of interest and the national security threats are obvious, but House Republicans are not interested in uncovering the truth about Kushner's actions or the suspicious actions of the Saudi government and other foreign governments. While the Senate is beginning to finally move on this investigation, the House has done nothing. Mr. Speaker, we can no longer wait to hold the Kushners accountable for their shady dealings. Our democracy is not for sale, and we need to ask ourselves the question, why did Jared Kushner receive $2 billion for an investment fund just months after leaving the White House? The American people deserve answers, and we should never stop until we get them.
But Hunter Biden's laptop.
Jared Kushner did work in the White House. He worked very hard. It's becoming a little less clear what he actually worked hard at, because after he left the White House, he went out and raised $3.1 billion, that's billion with a B, for a private equity fund. And as you pointed out, he's not a private equity guy. He's a real estate guy. So where did this money come from? Some of it we know from filing, some of it we know from press reports. What we know for a fact is he raised the $3.1 billion. What we also know for a fact is that only about $30 million of it actually came from investors in the United States. All the rest of it is foreign money. And of that foreign money, $2 billion of it came from the Saudis. And not only did it come from the Saudis, but the Public Investment Fund, which is the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, from which this money came, the board of it voted against giving the money to Jared, and they were overruled by MBS, who said, give him the $2 billion. I've been in this business 40 years. I have never seen someone get $2 billion out of $3 billion, get 2/3 of their money from a single investor. Usually a single investor might be a few percent of the fund, might be 5%, occasionally 10%. Never seen this. Another $200 million we believe came from Qatar. Another $200 million we believe came from the UAE. And then the $625 million that came from foreign investors that we don't even know who they are. So what was Jared Kushner doing in the White House? And by the way, as a fun fact, on January 6th, the famous January 6th, Jared Kushner was in the Middle East.
Huh. Gee, I wonder what he was doing there. Funny how Republicans don't want to know what he was doing there. Oh yeah, and here's one for the More Money Than Brains Hall of Fame. Remember that tomato-colored fella that paid $4,000 at an auction to smash a guitar signed by Taylor Swift? Well, turns out that guitar was a fake.
Joking. Guess we don't need the wall hanger.
God, what a weird cult.
I'll take that, hang up that busted thing.
Look how red he is, too. He's almost as red as that stripe on the flag. Ah, what a bunch of weirdos, and pissed away $4,000 to smash a fake guitar. Good job, guy. Hope you're happy. Hope you're real proud of yourself. Trump supporters think Kamala should be locked up for being stupid. Oh, this is hilarious.
And we're doing it by stupid people like Kamala.
Oops.
And we're doing it by stupid people like Kamala. She's a stupid person. Stupid person. I don't care. I don't care.
Lock her up for what? Like, stupidity is a crime, which is so ironic, because every one of these red hat wearing morons would be in fucking, Guantanamo Bay if being stupid was a crime.
What do you feel about the people here protesting Donald Trump?
Well, I feel like everybody should have something to say, but this is a Trump rally. If you don't like it, don't come here to protest. Don't come if you're uneducated and you don't know what you're talking about.
You would rather they just didn't come here?
I would rather them not come here.
Are you a fan of the First Amendment?
Absolutely. The right to bear arms. Look, this is...
That's not the First Amendment.
No, the Fourth Amendment.
That's the person that thinks that you should be locked up if you're stupid, and you shouldn't come to a Trump rally if you're uneducated. The lady that thinks that the First Amendment is the right to bear arms, and when she's called out on it, that's not the First Amendment, she corrects herself and says it's the Fourth Amendment. Yeah. don't come to a Trump rally if you're uneducated. Like, god damn, dude. I mean, how are there so many of these people? Okay, I already read the Rudy thing. Trump says if Kamala is elected, there will be a 1929 level depression. Spoiler alert, no there won't, and he said that exact same thing about Joe Biden in 2020.
This is a communist tax, it's called, and it's never used. Nobody's ever even heard of using it. But it's no good, and it's something that we're not going to let happen because we will be driven into a depression the likes of which we probably only seen in 1929. Kamala Harris.
Where have I heard that before? Oh, yeah, that's right. 4 years ago when he said the exact same thing about Biden. Meanwhile, literally earlier today, the stock market set another all-time high record. So, yeah. Gotta love Nostradamus here and his predictions. Republican Wisconsin mayor is being investigated for election interference after he moves the city's ballot drop box into his office to keep it secure.
Tonight, the criminal investigation targeting Wausau Mayor Doug Denny quickly intensifying. Sources confirming to 12 News at least a half-dozen Department of Justice agents inside City Hall today, now taking over the investigation into potential election interference.
I thought the mayor acted outrageously to do it on a Sunday and to brag about it.
Denny taking a photo and moving the city's ballot drop box into his office, concerned it wasn't secure, prompting a week-long standoff between the new mayor and city clerk. The mayor with us Monday, just moments after the drop box was returned and moved back outside.
There's an investigation. A sheriff's department nearby is investigating. Is that still going to play out, do you think?
That I don't know. That's going to be up to them. But I don't see any criminal intent here. There's nothing really. You know, again, the box is in the charge of the clerk.
Wausau's.
You ever notice how it always seems to be Republicans that are, doing all the election interference and the voter fraud, despite always being the ones whining about it? It's almost like everything with them is fucking projection. Oh my god, this is hilarious. That awkward moment when Republican shitposters forget to switch their burner accounts to try spreading their racist disinformation. Yeah, Joey Manarino, who's one of the most notorious shitposters on Twitter, he forgot to switch accounts and posted this. I'm a true black American woman, and I've been black all my life. I was born black, and I will die black. My mommy black, my daddy black, and I will never cast a ballot for Kamala Harris, for that Kamala Harris woman, as long as I live. Trump all the way, all day, every day. I'm willing to bet 99%, if not 100% of these fucking shit posters have alt accounts where they do this, like, all damn day. And then another one here, Dean Browning. I'm a black gay guy, and I can personally say that Obama did nothing for me. My life only changed a little bit, and it was for the worse. Everything is so much better under Trump. I feel respected, which I never do when Democrats are involved. Yep, gay black guy Dean Browning. Oh my god, they're just shameless, dude. Oh my god, this is so good. This is, Kamala's biggest mistake was not making Pete Buttigieg her VP. Imagine the slaughter that would have taken place at that JD Vance debate if Pete Buttigieg was up there instead of Tim Walz. Oh my god, that would have been amazing.
Well, the American people disagree. They do.
Well, no, the American people disagree with you because every year they buy more EVs.
No,
why do you think they're buying more EVs every year than before?
Because it was present the numbers because every
sure 1.2 million vehicles were purchased last year, and every single
how many
quarter,
of them were government?
How's that?
How many of them were purchased by the government?
Approximately 0.5%.
Of the number, you're saying
of the EVs, about 0.5% were purchased by the federal government.
The only reason why people are buying them is because of the subsidy.
Well, the subsidy makes them more affordable and helps people buy them. That's true.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Yep, your time is expired. On November 5th, your time's expired. Republican Congressman Mike Lawler apologizes on CNN for a photo of him in blackface. Says he just meant to pay homage to Michael Jackson. This was in 2006. Can we get a quick picture of what Michael Jackson looked like in 2006? Oh yeah, yep, I definitely see why you would need to do blackface to pay homage to 2006 Michael Jackson. Yep. Just Republican things.
The Times says Lawler didn't dispute that the photo from 2006 is real. And I should note this comes as he is currently locked in a very tight race for re-election, running against former Democratic Congressman Mondaire Jones. And Congressman Lawler joins me now. And Congressman, thank you for being here tonight. Before we get to anything else, I do first want to just give you a chance to address for our viewers, for your constituents, the choices that you made back when this photo was taken around October 2006.
Well, Caitlin, thanks for having me. Yesterday I attended the funeral for the father of a friend. And when we went to the cemetery to bury him, we were approaching, and it turns out his gravestone is going to be right behind my dad's. And on my dad's gravestone, it says, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Obviously, I can't change what happened 18 years ago. But I certainly, with wisdom and age, understand that that is not something I would do today, and certainly understand why people would be upset or offended by it. And for that, I'm sorry. But, for me, there was no ill intent. There was no effort to malign or make fun of or disparage Black Americans. It was really an effort to pay homage to somebody who was a musical idol for me. I've always loved Michael Jackson's music and his dance moves and his ability to entertain anyone who knows.
You see how little Republicans think of your intelligence? Like, this is how dumb Republicans think you are. Yep. Yeah, in 2006, you were trying to pay homage to Michael Jackson in blackface. Yep. Definitely see why you would need to be in blackface for that there, guy. That's how dumb Republicans think you are. If you haven't voted in the last 2 elections, or if you've moved from one North Carolina city to another North Carolina city, they've purged you from the voter rolls. Oh yeah, everybody check to make sure you're registered to vote, because Republicans are at it again with the purging of Democrats from the voter rolls. Oh, they just love that shit. But that's not election interference, of course not. No, of course not. Joe Rogan gets fact-checked live on his own podcast. The fact that millions of people get their information from this moron is fucking terrifying. Yeah, I mean, there's like a million different instances of this, but let's watch this particular one.
Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart?
No.
It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like, it's a giant difference.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know, man. I think a lot of rich people feel guilty, and they get into philanthropy, and it also is a good way to cover their ass and make them look like better people. And the people that really go after you, if they don't think you're a good person, are generally the left. What do you got,
shows
Jeremy?
the top donors to OpenSecrets.org. 6 of the top 7 are Republicans.
Oh.
Individual donors.
Individual donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that were donating. So this is like individual donors. Yeah. Wow, some guys donated $105 million.
Wow.
But that guy's probably worth billions. That's probably some sort of a write-off too, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Go to
Yeah, oh, that's pretty crazy. That's probably a write-off. Notice how when he finds out it's Republicans, he instantly starts in with the excuses and the dismissive tone of like, oh, that's pretty crazy. But when he thought it was Democrats, it was just like, it's the end of the world and they're so evil and blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, geez. You gotta love what a centrist this guy is.
Top corporation donations via party. Because that's the chart that I was looking for. It's just nuts to see how much money overall is being spent to push the Democratic Party. It's pretty extreme. This is the number one. This is corporations. Mm-hmm. So they donate more than Google.
Top contributors, organizations, federal contributions.
So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents, PAC, and these are right wing. Is that why it's red?
I'd assume so.
So it seems like the top four. Why? What is that Google chart that I was seeing? And I don't even see Google on this. Is it Alphabet? Would they put it under Alphabet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, God, he's an idiot. The fact that guy has the most popular podcast in the world is terrifying, man. Like, I like to just tell myself that people are just watching for the guests and they're not actually listening to Rogan's stupidity, but I have a feeling I'm wrong. Oh yeah, so Marine vet and Democrat running in Missouri in the Missouri Senate race against Josh Hawley cut one of the best political ads I've ever seen. Lucas Kuntz. In 42 days, Josh Hawley hasn't hosted any public campaign events. In 6 months, he hasn't voted to protect IVF. In 5 years, he hasn't brought even $1 of congressionally directed spending back to Missouri. But hey, cut him some slack. Josh has got other stuff on his mind.
So a viewer's watching this and they're thinking, well, really? What the liberals are doing are going to push me to watch Pornhub more? You mean that literally?
Pornography. Pornography. Porn. Porn. Pornography. Porn. Porn. Pornography. Porn.
Man today can see more naked women in 5 minutes than or probably 90 seconds than his grandfather could in a lifetime.
Pornography. Porn.
Consumption of pornography.
Porn.
Pornography.
Pornography.
I'm sure clips of you saying that will be everywhere.
Porn consumption.
Pornography.
Porn. More porn.
Pornography. Porn.
All the cool kids are making fun of you.
And if you're not familiar with Hawley, he's the guy that kisses his wife the way most people kiss their grandmothers. And was outside pumping his fist in solidarity with the Jan 6 rioters, only to promptly scurry inside and run away from them. Yeah, there he is outside, and cut to him inside. So yeah, you know, fraud and coward or 13-year Marine vet. You know, tough decision there in Missouri for, you know, Senate race. And then in another perfect example of Republicans being perfectly normal and not at all weird, meet Derek Anderson. He's running for Congress in Virginia's 7th District against the Democratic candidate and Iraq war vet, Eugene Vindman. This guy looks fun, doesn't he? That's Anderson there.
Now take a look at this photo from a campaign video. The man is running for Congress in Virginia, and it sure looks like he's posing with his wife and 3 daughters. The issue? He isn't married and doesn't have children.
So he actually borrowed his friend's wife and children for a new ad.
Hey, shooting a thing tomorrow, trying to look normal? Anyone have a wife/kids I can borrow?
The story came to light when the New York Times published a headline, GOP candidates looking to soften their image turn to their wives.
Anderson has shared photos of him posing with the wife and children of one of his friends, including one image of them all around a dining table.
Trying to present a family guy image of himself.
He asked his friend to borrow his wife and kids for a photo, which must have been a comfortable conversation. You know, we'll just pretend you died. It will be fine.
So Derek decided to borrow his friend's wife and kids to use in a political photo op and campaign ad. So keep that in mind when you head to the polls if you live in Virginia. Your options are either an Iraq war vet who has a real wife and real kids, or a guy that literally uses people as props. Decisions.
I'm Cindy Vinman, and I want to tell you about my husband, Eugene. We met in college, and he joined the 82nd Airborne. He became a prosecutor and spent 25 years in the Army. We have 2 wonderful kids that we're raising in Prince William County. In Congress, Eugene will stand up for the community that we love, working with both parties to reduce traffic gridlock, make home ownership more affordable, and protect abortion rights. Eugene's a good man, and he'll always do what's right, and that's why I married him.
I'm Eugene Vinman, and I approve this message.
Hey, you know how Republicans are always going on about how Kamala needs to go into more details about her policies while they simp for a guy that only has concepts of a plan for healthcare after 8 years? Well, let's take a look at how Trump answered a question about how he's planning on keeping jobs in Michigan, shall we?
What actions will you take to ensure that our jobs stay in America so we can continue to build the best cars in the world here in Michigan?
So pretty much as we've been saying, and what I want to do is I want to be able to, look, your business, years ago in this area, I was honored as the Man of the Year. It was maybe 20 years ago. Oh, and the fake news heard about it. They said, it never happened, it never happened. And I didn't know who it was. It was a group that honored me as Man of the Year. The fakers back there, see the fake news? But they said, oh, and they looked, and it, they said it never happened, but I said, I swear to you, it happened, it did happen, I was Man of the Year. And I came and I made a speech, and I said, why do you allow them to take your car business away? Why do you allow it to happen? They're taking your business away. And I didn't know too much about it. All I know is they were taking your car industry away from you. They said it never happened, and lo and behold, somebody said, I remember the event, and then we found out, and we had everything. We got the awards, we had everything. It did happen, but I gave a speech which at the time was pretty controversial.
Yeah, so that sounds like a rock-solid, coherent policy position to me. How are you going to keep jobs here, Trump? Well, you see, in 1983, I was Man of the Year. Everybody said it didn't happen, but I think it did. Oh, great. But Kamala needs to go into more detail about her policy positions. Oh, I see. Well, let's see how his rock-solid policy plans there actually panned out when he was president, shall we? By the way, this was the same state in Michigan.
If I'm elected, you won't lose one plant. You'll have plants coming into this country. You're going to have jobs again.
The news today couldn't have come at a worse time. Just weeks now until Christmas, and General Motors has now revealed it will lay off workers in Ohio, Michigan, and Maryland. Thousands of jobs.
You won't lose one plant. I promise you that. I promise you.
Plant closures, like at this GM plant right here in Warren.
Whoops. Seems like the rock-solid plan of rambling about being Man of the Year in the 80s didn't work out too well when he was president. What do you know? Shocking, I know. Oh yeah, and on today's episode of Republicans Keeping It Classy, former MAGA candidate for governor of Nevada, Michelle Fiore, was just convicted of embezzling $70,000 from a charity to a fallen police officer to use on plastic surgery and her daughter's wedding. God, aren't Republicans classy? Aren't they just the greatest people? Oh yeah, nothing to see here, just a billionaire begging his cult to send him money while surrounded by gold furniture in a multi-million-dollar penthouse overlooking Central Park.
Whatever you can send to the campaign, we put it into commercials. We're doing a lot of commercials, and they're really good. Whatever you could send, please send, and you have the link. But you're very special people. We have to win the election. It's the biggest election of our time. It's probably the biggest election maybe in the history of our country.
Uh-huh. Looks like he really needs the money. Hey, here's an idea. Why don't you sell that gold furniture behind you, jackass? Gee, I can't figure out why he's doing bad with female voters. Maybe this video will have some clues.
I think the other one asking the question is dumber than Kamala, so she's a dummy. I watched her over the years. That is one dumb woman. Sorry. I'm sorry, women. She's a dummy.
Yeah, geez, can't figure out why his polling with women is just abysmal. It's a real mystery. Oh yeah, and by the way, that super smart guy who was already president doesn't know who's third in line to the presidency.
The 25th Amendment, does she have a responsibility to invoke the 25th Amendment and oust him from office and actually take responsibility for the administration at this point?
Actually, now that you're mentioning it, I think they should do a double 25th Amendment. Just get them both out. Who's third on line? Because it's just terrible. This is
the Speaker, Mike Johnson.
The worst administration, right? No.
Yeah, the guy that was already president doesn't know who's third in line to the presidency. Yeah, he's a really super smart guy, though. Yeah, that guy. First honest thing he's ever said.
You see, that's the real threat to democracy, stupid people. That's the threat. Our biggest threat to democracy is stupid people.
Yup, it sure is. It 100, that is literally the first honest thing he's ever said. The real threat to democracy is stupid people, you dumb bastard. Oh yeah, and this is even worse than the debate was.
In the debate, you were asked to clarify if you believe Trump lost the 2020 election. Do you believe he lost the 2020 election?
I think that Donald Trump and I have both raised a number of issues with the 2020 election, but we're focused on the future. I think there's an obsession here with focusing on 2020. I'm much more worried about what happened after 2020, which is a wide open border, groceries that are unaffordable. And look,
Senator,
Lulu,
yes or no?
Okay.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Let me ask you a question. Is it okay that big technology companies censored the Hunter Biden laptop story, which independent analysis have said cost Donald Trump millions of votes?
Senator Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did big technology companies censor a story that independent studies have suggested would have cost Trump millions of votes?
Senator
I think that's
Vance,
the question.
I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020
And I've answered
election?
your question with another question. You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I have asked this question repeatedly. It is something that is very important for the American people to know. There is no proof, legal or otherwise, that Donald Trump did not lose the 2020 election.
You're repeating a slogan rather than engaging with what I'm saying, which is that when our own technology firms engage in industrial scale censorship, by the way, backed up by the federal government, in a way that independent studies suggest affect the votes, I'm worried about Americans who feel like there were problems in 2020. I'm not worried about this slogan that people throw. Well, every court case went this way. I'm talking about something very discrete, a problem of censorship in this country that I do think affected things in 2020, and more importantly, that led to Kamala Harris's governance, which has screwed this country up in a big way.
Senator, would you have certified the election in 2020? Yes or no?
I've said that I would have voted against certification because of the concern that I just raised. I think that when you have technology companies—
The answer is no.
When you have technology companies censoring Americans at a mass scale in a way that, again, independent studies have suggested affect the vote, I think that it's right to protest against that, to criticize that, and that's a totally reasonable thing.
So the answer is no. And
these people are shameless. Although I can actually kind of cut some slack because, I mean, the last guy that said that Trump lost the election that was in his position, literally, he had his cult try to hang him. So I understand why he's a little skittish about touching that topic. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk uses the word apparently to avoid accountability when he inevitably gets called out for using a photo from 2019 when Trump was president to fearmonger about immigrants, despite the other fun fact that the Darien Gap is nowhere near the U.S. border. So Charlie Kirk posted, this is apparently the Darien Gap right now, and he's got to use that word apparently so he can have some deniability later because he knows he's going to get called out on this bullshit. A mass of humanity is currently en route to the border trying to break in before the election. We must elect Donald Trump and shut down the Democrats' perverse incentives to invade America. Like, he knows his dumbass base knows nothing about geography, and they don't know where the Darien Gap is. They also know that they're probably not going to fact-check this bullshit photo that's literally from Trump's administration. But it's literally impossible to walk from the Darien Gap to the U.S. border. Darien Gap, way down here, U.S. border, way up here. The closest point. You know, like, God, Republicans are shameless. Oh my God, yeah. If this isn't a sign from God, I don't know what is. So Eric Trump was appointed as deputy sheriff of St. Lucie County by a controversial sheriff up for election who was recently appointed by DeSantis. And less than a day later, Hurricane Milton came along and destroyed that very same station where Trump was, gifted a badge for no reason. If that isn't a sign from God, I don't know what is. Is that everything? Are we finally through it? God, how long have we been streaming for? Like 5 hours? Yeah, I'm never disappearing for 2 weeks ever again because catching up on 2 weeks worth of news is damn near torture. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think we've covered pretty much everything. Again, all these are going to stay public on the Discord for about a week. I think I have them all set to disappear after a week, and then they'll still be on the channel. You'll just have to go looking for them yourself. Yeah, they'll all be there, so feel free to join, and there's lots of other stuff on the Discord too. It's not just politics. We got U.S. politics, Canadian politics, geopolitics. We got games, adventure, strategy, RPG, racing, first-person shooter, the New York Times. If you're want to try beating me at Wordle, which I guarantee you probably can. Basketball, baseball, boxing, MMA, football, soccer, hockey, mountain biking, sports betting, you name it. We got everything in here. Weight loss, you want to lose some weight, running, bodybuilding, diets, recipes, calisthenics, supplements, cardio, motivation. We got everything in here for you. Movie talk, I want to talk about movies coming up, the plots of existing movies, classic movies, horror, behind the scenes for movies, gossip about celebrities. Nature, you're a nature buff. We got animals, bugs, ocean life, environmentalism. We got pets, dogs, cats. Post your pets, we got bunnies, reptiles, fish, whatever you kind of pet you got, you can put it in there. We got cars, classic car chat, new car chat, project cars, car mods. There's lots of stuff. Food hacks, life hacks, relationship advice. We got everything in here. There's a million different things to keep yourself preoccupied on the Discord. So you're not just join in for the politics stuff. I mean, if you get bored, you can just make it your own. There's only 2 people in here right now. You guys lots of room to grow and customize these channels to be whatever you want them to be, or just go over any of the topics that I cover on the show, because they're all in here. And if you want to go to the older ones, you're gonna have to open the threads yourself. But it's all there, and updates will be posted on the same thread, so there isn't a whole lot to look through. Just scroll down to the bottom if you want the most recent updates, and that'll be that. But anyway, that is that, because that's the end of the stream here, and thanks for joining and hanging out, and we'll be doing one of these every day at 8 p.m. Eastern starting next Monday, or I guess this coming Monday. And feel free to send in an email if you want to chat about anything, or disagree with me on anything or whatever, as long as it's not some bullshit conspiracy theory. I'll hear you out. Oh my God, we actually are almost at 5 hours. Jesus. Oh well. Shall label to simply call Stein a spoiler candidate as you did. No, it's an accurate label to call a spoiler candidate who knows she's not ever going to win a spoiler candidate. She knows damn well she's not going to win. She's been at this for, 12 years now and never come close to even sniffing 5% of the vote? What happened to all that money she raised every time, huh? Oh, that's right, she lives off it for 4 years until she comes back to try and screw up the next election. That is a spoiler candidate, my friend. Sorry. Sorry if the label triggers you there, but that's what she is. You know, and not gonna change that by crying about it. It suggests great comfort in having a nation with only two. Yeah, there is. You know what? You're right. There is not great comfort in having a nation with only two parties. It is a really bad thing. But there is no good option for a third party. Get Stein out of there and get somebody that's not a shameless grifter owned by the Kremlin into the Green Party, and then maybe we can talk about having a third party candidate. I would love a third party candidate. We would be much better off if there was a viable third option and we weren't just picking between the lesser of two evils. Although this time around it's really easy to pick between the lesser of two evils. But, apparently some people still struggle with it. What about the actions both parties takes against third parties? What about the actions both parties take against each other? That's the nature of a political race, my friend. I mean, welcome to politics. Everybody's gunning for each other's spot. I mean, it is a race for a reason. There can only be one winner. So, until there's a way for everybody to get a participation trophy in the presidency, we're always going to have people going after each other's parties. What about everything I just covered that the Republicans are doing? You don't think that's kind of trying to, have an unfair advantage in the race? That's literally the exact same thing. I mean, not sure, what you're missing here, pal, but I'm sensing, and I know I'm no fortune teller here, but I'm sensing a slight bias towards a third party. But they try to keep only a duopoly. Yeah, I mean, it's in their best interest to have less candidates to run against. I mean, actually, if you want to be real honest here, Republicans really benefit from having a third party in there since they're constantly using Jill Stein as their spoiler candidate, as we just covered. So, I mean, Democrats don't want somebody siphoning off their votes. What you should really be complaining about is the Electoral College, because if it was a purely popular vote-based race, there would be a hell of a lot more competition in said race. So we should all be trying to do away with the stupid-ass Electoral College that does nothing but favor Republicans. Literally, they haven't won a single popular vote in I think it's over 20 years, and yet they're still able to win elections. That seems fucked up, doesn't it? But try explaining that to your average Republican. Don't frame it like I'm dumb. Okay, well, you know what? You're not making a great argument, okay? I'm not calling you stupid, but you're not making a smart argument. To say the least, it ain't a great argument you're making here. I'm all ears for a good one. I'm up for a good debate, but so far you're hitting me with dead air here. I like the idea of a third party. And you know what? Okay, we can make the argument that I'm biased towards Democrats. There, I'll compromise. I am definitely biased towards Democrats. My name is literally a spin on the word Democrat. I'm a Democat. That's why I'm blue. It's not a bad thing to be biased towards a party that you see is justifiably trying to fight a dictatorship from taking over the country. I don't see that as a bad thing to be biased towards. Call me crazy. I feel like that is probably the right choice to make. A moral, ethical decision, you know, but I mean, like, I would like a third option. I would like there to be another choice that has a chance of winning, but got bad news for you. Less than 5% is not a viable chance at winning. That is a spoiler candidate that is literally just going to siphon off votes and shift things in favor of the Electoral College. And where does everything go when we go to the Electoral College? Oh, that's right, to a Republican presidency. And right now, we cannot afford, in any shape, way, fashion, or form, for this particular Republican to get it back into the presidency. In case you forgot how it worked out the last time, didn't go too well. So unfortunately, this year, we all gotta be Democrats. Okay? Be a Democat. Join me. Be one of my Demokittens. Okay? We'll be Demokitties together just until November. And then we can all try and petition to do away with your Electoral College. And then, you know, see how things go next time around if we do get rid of the Electoral College and have a third-party candidate in there that actually has some kind of sense and isn't just a shameless grifter like Jill Stein. Have you had any respect for Ralph Nader? I'll be honest, I don't really know too much about Ralph Nader. But, you know, yeah, Blue Cat, I mean, I am. Anywho, what's up? What's up is, me. I've been sup for, now 5 hours catching up on, all the news from the last 2 weeks that I missed because I had a death in the family and I needed time to clear my head. But, luckily I'm all caught up and, don't plan on missing any more live streams, so feel free to join in for the, I don't know, next 3 weeks, where I'll be doing these every day at 8 p.m. Eastern. Right back here, starting Monday, because it's going to be a busy weekend, and, you know, probably not going to make it. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, it's now 1 in the morning, and I am dead tired and utterly emotionally exhausted from having to go over 2 weeks worth of news in the span of a few hours. So, yeah, you know what? I mean, I'm sorry for being a little bit dismissive of your take there, Cosmic Protocol Band. It's just that, like I said, I got a lot on my mind, and I don't handle pressure well. So, you know, you have a good night too there, friend. And I'll see you guys back here on Monday. Have a good night.